Hello, welcome. Barbados, I want to be in Barbados. Welcome. I'm glad you're all here. Welcome, welcome. Oh. Are we in for the long haul today? We're here for as long as I can go. I don't know what we're doing for dinner. What are we doing for dinner, Mike?
Mom brought that stew.
Oh, that's right. We have stew in the fridge. All we have to do is warm it up. Hello, welcome. I'm glad you're all here. Happy Sunday. Hi, Betsy. I think I saw Brienne here. Brienne, I know it's a long afternoon and it's a Sunday. You do not have to be here. You don't want to be here. I totally get it. Mike's here. He doesn't want to be here, but he's here. He got here just in time for the live.
We're ready.
We're ready. We're ready. Hello. Hi, Linda. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I got a lot today. So today I have more than usual. So that's why I'm saying I'll go as long as I can. I'm not really sure how long I'll make it, but we'll see. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, so there have been, if you've seen any of my lives this week, there have been a lot of great new releases from companies. Several companies had really strong releases this week. I used a lot of them. On Tuesday, I didn't really get to finish all my ideas for Altenew, and I didn't get to really finish all my ideas for PINKFRESH on Thursday. So I'm thinking at the end of this live, I might come back to some of that. It depends on how timing goes. First, there is a bunch of stuff from Spellbinders that I just had to use, and you'll see why once I start using it. Hi, Diana. Hi, Leanne. The Spellbinders has some great new products, and they also have a great sale right now. So, and they also have a special offer for all of you. So let me first talk about the sale. Right now, it ends today. The sale's been going on all week. It ends today. There's a buy one, get one half off. So if you put 2 of those products in your cart, the lower one will come half off once it's in your cart. The link to that sale is at the top of the YouTube description. Okay, you don't need any code for that. You just have to shop in that certain category. Then the exclusive deal that I have is okay, sorry. And then I have an exclusive deal, and that is if you spend $100 at Spellbinders, you get a free set of craft stacks, which is like a $22 value. I use craft stacks every time I craft. You see them in every one of my videos without fail. I have them in there, and I'll be using them today. So craft stacks it's a product from Spellbinders. Let me get some out just to show you the basics of what they look like. Mike, in the free set, I think they get how many? 2 medium and 1 large?
Let me look.
These are craft stacks here. Oop, there we go.
Watching where people come from.
Yeah.
It says combo tray set. Let me open that up.
It's the combo tray set. I've got a link right at the top here.
Large enough.
Let me see.
1 large, 2 medium.
1 large, 2 medium. Okay, so you get this free with a $100 order. Here, I'll show you. So you get 2 of these and then 1 of the big. I use these a lot. I've purchased many. I use both sizes. Usually in videos you see these sizes because that's where I put my prep die cut pieces, but I also use the larger size like you see me doing here because I've got a bunch of cardstock scraps that I'm working with. I love these. They come with a lid, but I don't usually use the lids unless I'm storing something. It's nice that you can have the option of the lid. It just depends on what you're doing, but it snaps on. And the nice thing is they stack with or without the lids. So if you don't want to use the lids, you can stack them without. So you can see how those stack together nicely. Also, the 2 medium, you can see here, stack on top of the large. So there's many different ways to use these. So I keep a bunch of these in my cabinet, a bunch of the bottoms in the medium size. Oh, is that Lila?
Yep, that's what she says.
What is that? Oh, that's when she was doing ASMR slime videos. Is that what it is?
I guess, yeah.
Lila? Hi. Thank you for the text this morning. She's usually coming home from school when I'm live, so she and Ken went out to lunch. Hi, Lila. You just surprised me. I'm glad you're here.
They said she was in a video comment. So
oh, she said she was. Oh, okay. Oh, good, good. Hi, Lila. Bring me home something sweet. So I have a bunch stacked in my cabinet. I have a bunch of the medium bottoms, a bunch of the large bottoms, and then a stack of all the lids for each so that I can just grab the sizes that I need. All right? All right. Sika's here. Hi, Sika. Okay. So you get a set of those free. It's like a $20-something value if you spend $100. Now, there are instructions on how to get it for free, and that is at the top of the YouTube description below. You follow that link and follow the instructions that are there. There are some details to the offer, like you can't use it on subscriptions or things like that. All those details you can find linked below too. You just go to my live page. Aw, thank you. Hi, Miriam. Good to see so many people here. Hello. Good to see a lot of friends that want to do anything but responsibility on a Sunday. I could clean, but I don't want to. Okay, so that is a special free gift with Spellbinders. The other thing is with Spellbinders, and it does work on the UK site. In the US, if you spend $100, you get free shipping too. So at $100, you get free shipping and you get the free craft stacks, which is fantastic. In the freebie, it sounds like there's 1 of the large and 2 of the medium. I was reaching for a knife. We have a bunch of knives on our on a magnet on our wall, and I was reaching for one in the back, and I cut my finger on one of the other knives, and it's just in that spot, right on the knuckle, that it just drives you up a wall. So anyways, I didn't want you all to see it because my knuckle's actually red. It's not happy because I keep messing with it because I use my hand. So that's what I did to my hand. See, you shouldn't cook. Okay, so Spellbinders has a lot of stuff that I've been wanting to use. Some of it just came out. Some of it came out a while ago. And I've prepped several things. And then we can kind of play around with ways to add them onto a card in a creative way. So some of these, again, are new, some are old. But I have that all linked in my supply list below. Some of these are available in collections where you save a bunch anyways. So keep that in mind too. I have, if it's like a bundle where you save, I have put the word bundle in capital letters. Does this offer cover Spellbinders UK, please? Yes. Mike, can you put the link to the live page? Hold on, I'll do it. If you go to this page that I'm about to put in the chat, it tells you. It'll tell you, I should probably pin this too. Hold on. Pin. There we go. I pinned it to the top of the chat. There's like all the fine details there, and it does say something about UK in that. So you can check that out. All right. Okay, so let me show you first all the things from Spellbinders I want to use. I may throw in some other companies' products. In fact, I do know that I wanted to show you how I can combine with one of Christina Werner's sets. And then if there's time at the end, we'll go back to that Altenew and PINKFRESH. Okay, so there are a few new Spellbinders things that are fantastic. Hold on just a second. I see a question. Are you still going to finish putting together cards you started in your lives last week, like the Altenew ones? That's what I'm saying. If I have time at the end of this video, I'll try to do some of those Altenew. If not, I will finish them, take pictures, and put them on my blog. It just takes a lot of time to do that. takes 3 or 4 hours, and I just got to find that time. But I eventually will be putting them all up.
We're working on
Mike and I are coming up with a new system to make it easier to find things right after a live. Okay, so back to this. Last week, Brianne texted me and she said, I found the best stamp set or die set for me. And if you all know me, you know this is perfect because I talk about this all the time. In fact, Brianne gave me this. Can you take that off, Mike? Brianne gave me this. It's a little emotional support dumpster fire. Here it is. This is the new Spellbinders. I don't even know the name of it. I should have labeled these. It is the, it is called the Dumpster Fire. There you go. Stamp and die set. Okay. So there are stamps and dies, and this is the cute little dumpster fire that it makes. Isn't that cute? I'm going to show you something creative you can do with this too. But the technique I'm going to show you, you could do with other dies also. This is the stamp set that coordinates with it, and I'll read it to you so you can hear the sentiments. At least we're in this together. If you're going to burn, burn brightly. Sending warm thoughts, like really warm. I think that's cute. My favorite is certified hot mess, because that's me. Your meltdown is safe with me. Let's skip today and try again tomorrow. Everything's fine if you ignore most of it. That's good too. Slightly on fire, but absolutely killing it. And you're my favorite bad idea. And I'm going to show you how to put one of these together and do some fun things with it. Isn't that fun? Because right now, I mean, we all know somebody who would get a kick out of this, right? So I might make a slider card, Rosie. I might do a slider card with that, but I have an idea. So I'm going to come back to that, but here is what it looks like. So that's probably the first cards I'll make, but I want to show you the things first, and then we'll come back to it. The next one, I have lots prepped for those. The next one, this is great too, is called the Favorite Side Effect Stamp Sets. And look at these. It's a pill and a pill bottle. Look how cute they are. I just think they're so cute. And for me, and probably like Kathy Zilski and a few of my other friends, we will have a fun time with this. So the Favorite Side Effects has everything to make a little pill bottle and the pill here. The sentiments say, if only adulting came in chewable form. Take 2 and text me in the morning. 1 a day to keep the nonsense away. You're my favorite side effect. Wish this pill came with an app. Warning, may cause eye rolls. And you can make the eyes roll. Like, you can position them. I'll show you that. If you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. Lila liked that one. Now available in barely holding it together strength. You earned every ache and another year, another pill. So you could do it for like your friends who have struggles like you, or you could do it for a birthday, another year, another pill. So just, you know, some lighthearted things here. Oh yeah, that's good, June. I just think that's fantastic. Yeah, maybe my therapist will get one from that. Okay, now another one that's great along the same kind of lines. Sherry, me too. Another one along the same kind of lines. It's just the word, let me move these back. It's just the word ugh, which I don't know about you, but yeah, I think it's a good one. So it's the word ugh, like this. And I thought it'd be fun because you could put the dumpster fire with it or the pills with it. Did it freeze for a second there, Mike?
Did it look like it did?
I thought it did. I don't know. Let me see. I'm not sure. You have to let me know. Okay. The stamp sets with the big word ugh is let's pretend we have our lives together, because adulting is hard. And yet here we are, surviving-ish. Betsy, if you're here, Betsy and I do Pilates together, and like if we try something but don't do it great, I always say ish. I did it ish. Or she asked me how I'm doing and I'll say ish. So that's perfect. It says ugh, and yet here we are thriving ish. Then life's a lot. So here's a card That's good. I get it. Let's vent and eat carbs. Hang in there. Seriously, send hope or cake. Let's cancel today. And ugh also spells hug. Okay, so those all you could mix and match together, right? And they're all part of a bundle. There's one more that's in the bundle. And this one I will have to use to make some cards for my son and probably for my mom soon too. It is a pickleball set. Okay, so this is called the Dink. What is it called, Mike? The Born to Dink stamp sets. So if you're a pickleball person, I know a lot of you are, you can get a bundle and save if you get all of these together, but then each of them sold separately. So this makes really cute pickleball paddles. Like this one does like a bunch of wavy stripes. There's one that does like a floral on it. There's the ball, the net, the handle. So you can do a fun pickleball with this. The sentiments say court king and court queen, couldn't rally without you, crushing serves and birthdays, finally free to dink all day, retirement. You're a big dill. I dink you're awesome. You had me at let's dink. You're my ride or dink. Kitchen rebel. Is that right? Kitchen rebel. Happy birthday. Born to dink and rally cake repeat. I'm not a pickleball player, but it's absolutely cute. So for those of you who are, that's a great set. Yeah. Hi, Denise. So that's another one. There were a couple more new, there is one other new thing. I'm not going to use it today, but I wanted to point it out. A few months ago, I did a live where I used the classic mouse steamboat mouse images that are new to Spellbinders. So you can create your classic mouse look. And they came out with some add-ons, and these are the love add-ons for it. I have them linked below, but they're cute because you can have the mouse holding like an envelope with a heart on it or some heart balloons, some flowers, just really cute add-ons. And a lot of these you could use separately, like the heart lock and key. There's also that envelope with little heart on it, just a fun little things. So if you already have the classic mouse sets, these go with it. Yes, sorry, Steamboat Willie. It's Sunday. All right, so that is available. I'm not going to use it today, but I know a lot of people really like those mouse sets, and so those are a nice addition. Okay, so those were new ones that I showed you. There is another set that caught my eye, and this, I think it was like the die of the month last month, but now you can buy it separately. And it is the Let's Do Brunch die set. So the die set allows you to create, let me get them. They're so cute. They allow you to create little waffles, a mimosa, but you could change it and just make it like a champagne glass, an egg, and a bacon. I think that's all of them. So let me pick these up so you can see them better. And you can make these with or without the smiley face. See, they did, like for the bacon, there is this the eyes on it, but you can cut it without the eyes. All right, so you don't have to do the faces on these if you want something a little more serious. Oh, you can't really see them on here. Let's do them on the green. Okay, so there they are. And I made it so it comes with a little coffee cup. So I made my waffle and my egg hold a coffee cup. Isn't that cute? The bacon, fantastic. Now the champagne glass, you know, that's a good old mimosa, but you could skip the face and do two of these glasses next to each other and you've got a fantastic anniversary or wedding or anniversary card or anything you want it to be. It comes with that little bow. So it comes with everything to make these. It also has a banner die, and these dies that cut the letters, does little cuts of the letters to say Happy Brunch Day, Thanks a Brunch, which I like, and Let's Do Brunch. And I just think these are the cutest little things. I'm into these cute things lately. They're so cute. But yes, you can make it so the bacon has no smiley face if you really want. I'm going to show you how I haven't done them to any yet, but how you can make the eyes stand out a little bit more if you want the eyes to stand out a little bit more. But we'll come back to that. So that is the Let's Do Brunch die set. And that's just a die set. There's not like a stamp set or anything to coordinate because it has these sentiments. However, I know Christina Werner did a stamp set, which I have this linked below, that has pancakes, coffee cup, bacon, eggs, and berries. Yes, your waffles do need a face, Sika. They do need a face. So she has a stamp set that's along the same lines, and there's sentiments in here that would work great with the die cuts also. So you can mix these up. Like your Eggceptional would be great with this little egg. I think he's cute. Where's the other one? Hope you have a beautiful day, when it's holding the little coffee cup. Don't go bacon my heart. And you could do several waffles stacked up and do no one stacks up to you. So this is from Concord and Ninth, Christina Werner. So you can get that over on the Concord and Ninth website or Simon Says Stamp, but it's Christina Werner's, and I just think it's cool how they could work together. All right. Joy, that's Altenew pegboard background die. Okay, so that is the thanks of Brunch. Oh, there is one more new thing too. This is the new Petite Tufted, I think it's called, embossing folder. This is another new thing that I wanted to mention. I don't see it though. Mike, can you? The Petite Tufted embossing folder should be in there.
It's in the list, yeah.
Where?
Kind of near the end of the supplies before the ravi pasta.
Yeah, I don't see it still. Oh, okay, the picture threw me off. Okay, yeah, it's the Petite Tuft 3D embossing folder.
Yeah.
Now, I have used many times in the past the regular tufted embossing folder. This is a smaller pattern, which I like even better. So this would be just a great background. And as you know, their embossing folders are great because they're big enough to do 2 panels at once, or you could do a bigger panel like a 5x7. So I'll be definitely using that. Then last but not least, these have been sitting out for a very long time. I showed them on Black Friday because I wanted to use them, but on Black Friday we didn't have time to do any of that. But this is the pasta collection. So they call this the Pasta Friends. There's a few different sets here, but the whole Want It All bundle is Buon Appetito. Yeah, Buon Appetito. Okay, so it's got all these pasta things, and these are so cute. So let me show you first. I have 2 sets here. One of them is, you know what? I have them right here. I have my set, and I've got sets I'm going to give away today. Okay, so first of all, we have Pasta Friends, and this has tons of dies to make lots of different little friends of pastas. You can leave the legs off, but let's discuss how cute they are when you have them on. Let me get a piece of cardstock here. I want it to show up, so let me get a darker piece of cardstock. Let's get this one. So there's a little elbow pasta, and I put a little chef's hat and an olive in his hand. There's a little spaghetti bundle with an olive and some basil. There we have a mushroom. There's this one, actually this cheese. This cheese is from the other set, but the mushroom and the bow tie are from this set. Here's our little ravioli holding a mushroom also. Here's our bow tie pasta holding a little platter. And then here is our penne holding some basil. Aren't those cute? And then there are forks here. Fun little images. And so many things you can do with them. There's a lot you can mix and match. Then there is also the other set, which is called Ingredients Buddies. So this has everything for the meatball, the garlic, the tomato, and the cheese. So here's the cheese. Let me knock these down. Here's the cheese. Here's the meatball. Here's another cheese if you don't want to put legs on it. The meatball with the sauce I think is cute with the pasta on the other one. You can put it like in a bunch of pasta, And then here is the tomato and the garlic. Look how cute those are. Aren't those cute? And again, I'll show you how to make the eyes and such stand out. I just think they're fun. Now, There are a couple other things. Let me see. This is not from the same collection, but this Ciao has this long pasta, and you could incorporate that in with those, but it's from a different set. But I thought I'd show that. Okay. Also in this collection, you have a 3D embossing folder. That's a bunch of pasta. Can you see the pastas? With lots of dimension. So that's great for a background with this. And then the stamp set. We have, I'll read just my favorite ones. My favorite is More Spaghetti, Less Upsetty. Mike loves it. Full of gratitude and possibly ricotta. Sending macaroni kisses. Stay saucy, my friend. Penne for your thoughts. Okay. Stay strong and pasta on. Mamma mia. Pasta la vista. Grazie. Take it slow like Sunday sauce. Lots of fun sentiments in here to go along with all this. So I've prepped some pieces, and we can do some fun things with this probably last. I definitely want to use the others first because I don't feel like there's as much inspiration out there yet. But there is quite a bit of inspiration out there for the pastas. In fact, my friend Yana, who works for Spellbinders, I messaged her and I asked her if I could share some of her card examples here. And don't worry, I will spoil her rotten for allowing me to do so. And she was kind and said, definitely could share them. Mike, I sent you some images. One of them has 4 cards on it, on one image. Can you show that one first? Okay, this is actually, I didn't get this from Yana. I don't know if Yana made these cards, but that example is from the Spellbinders website. They always say that I can share examples here. So that's from Spellbinders website. I really like the top left where you can like cover the background with the different images. You can add the arms and legs or skip the arms and legs. And those arms and legs you can add to other die cuts. So say you have like a flower or a heart. You could use those arms and legs on it and add little face, and you completely change the feel of a project. Okay, give another one, Mike, please. This is one of my favorites. Yana did this one. So there she did the ravioli, and she skipped the face on this. And she added the little pesto leaf or basil leaves, the mushrooms. She made that platter from an oval die from Spellbinders. And isn't that cute? And they got the fork there too. So this is a non-cutesy version of the same products. And this one Yana did. Yana's fantastic. Oh, I link at the bottom of my supply list below. I link to Yana's Instagram page. So you can check out more of her work. She's one of my favorite card makers of all time. All right, next one. These are just so cute, I cannot share them. Okay, so look at this one. There's the More Spaghetti, Less Upsetty. And so she did the meatballs and then added the mushrooms, the leaves, and some spaghetti intertwined. And there you can see the embossing folder on the background. She made a plate out of circle dies and added the fork. I think that's my favorite of all the cards. And again, Yana made this one. Next up. This one, I thought this was neat how Yana did this one. She put that greeting right in the middle. Great friends, great friends, spelled like grated cheese. Great friends finish each other's pastas. And if you know me, I always finish your food. If you leave food on a plate, I'm the one to finish. And I like how she put the sentiment on that block in the middle and then tucked all of those little images coming out and kind of covered up some of the faces so that it has more of a less of a playful look, I guess. And that one is also by Yana. Those little olives are so cute. Next up, Mike. And then here are 2 more. Stay saucy, my friend, and stay strong and pasta on. And so she just mixed a few different ones there together. And so you can use these in many ways. You could make these shake or move. You can put them on sliders. You can make their legs dance. There's a lot that you could do with these. And I just think they're so, so cute. So I'm hoping to use some of the images later. Is that it, Mike?
Yep.
I think that's it. Okay. All right. Let's come back to here. Okay. So those are the pasta ones. There is a bundle of all of that pasta stuff that you can get, and it's discounted. And so that is linked below too, or you can buy them all separately. So I'm going to start with the dumpster fire. And I prepped die cutting today. I did a ton of die cutting and started assembling some things, so you don't have to sit here and watch me die cut the whole time. However, I have a few different ideas on what I'm going to do with the die cuts that I've assembled, and you guys can help me decide. So, first of all, there is the dumpster fire image. There are a few examples on their website, but you could do, let's see. I like the everything's fine if you ignore most of it. I think that's funny. Or no, certified hot mess. That's good too. I'll probably do certified hot mess on the front, and then the everything's fine if you ignore it on the inside. So you could just glue this on here. You could put it on an action wobbler, which I'll use at some point today. You could also make it like a pendulum like I did in my live yesterday, so it just kind of rocks a bit. Or we could do a slider. So he kind of slides across the card, probably this way. So I had a few ideas. So one would be to put him on a slider, so he kind of slides back and forth. I guess he could, if it's just him alone, he could slide back and forth on a vertical card. But the other thing that I was thinking about is my friend Brienne here. I'm going to assemble some so you can see how it comes together, but I did assemble one already. I did all the die cutting. I was thinking, so my friend Brienne, who is my link ninja, we always talk about dumpster fire. She sent me this. And I thought it'd be fun if I made 2 dumpsters, and one is my favorite colors and the other is her favorite color, which is purple. And I would have them facing each other. And then, you know, put whatever greeting we want underneath. I could put those on wobblers and they could wiggle, but I was going to show you how you can do a reverse image. So let's see. What was the other one? The pills. I don't think I'm going to want to do the pills on a slider. So what would you guys like to see? Mike, can you do a poll? Would you like me to show how to do the reverse dumpster so there's 2 facing each other? Or should I do a slider? Either I think would work. So Mike's putting up a poll and you could vote. I'm going to start just gluing one together while you do that. I did all of my die cutting ahead of time. Most of this is Spellbinders cardstock because they've got a large collection, but I did mix in some scraps and other companies. I believe this is, I might as well get my swatch ring out. I think that is, let me see, where is my Spellbinders ring? Where is it? Where's my Spellbinders cardstock? Oh, here it is. Okay, let's see. The green, or the turquoise, teal topaz, and the lighter is Gina K Turquoise C. Oh, Miss Cook Jamie and Donna Gibson, thank you. I appreciate that so much. Let's see. So again, this is Spellbinders, teal topaz, and then the lighter, slightly lighter, I got out Gina K Turquoise C. How much is... I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. There we go. Got it. Whew, that was stressful. Anyways, this I cut from black glossy cardstock, and you glue it behind it. You line up like the little ear handles, and you have the black showing through. Okay, then this gets glued onto the background, which I cut from slightly darker cardstock. So you can see it there. Then this is even darker cardstock. This is Blue Spruce from Spellbinders. So I did 3 shades here, but listen, if you don't want to take the time to find 3 shades of the same color, what I recommend is just picking one and then maybe putting ink on it, a little bit of ink and then a little more ink to make it darker. All right, what are people saying, Mike?
Facing each other.
Facing each other. Okay. Are they facing each other? What's the vote? Like what to what?
Like 60-some%.
Okay. Good to know. All right. Next up, the little wheels. Watch how easy this is. You just take this and you, oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Hold, please. I don't have one cut. Oh, here, I'll take this one. You just take the glue right along this bar and it fits perfectly on the bottom. So you have the little wheels peeking out. Then you have the flame. And the cool thing is the flame has an indented line on it. And that's the indented line is what you line up with the top of the dumpster. So you don't have to figure out where the flame goes. You just tuck it under and line it up with that line. Move out of the way. And then the big flame goes behind that. And there you go. I cut some white wheels in case I wanted extra support. So there we go. There is the dumpster fire. You can see how easy it was to assemble. Isn't he cute? Now oh, I forgot to do his mouth. Do. Surgery. Let's see. So this little die cut here, that's included, you could skip this, but this little die cut right here, you put right at the top of the mouth on the back side, and it's the little teeth that show through to the front. So now when I put it down, you'll see the teeth. Sorry about that, I missed that. There's the teeth. See them? Isn't that cute? Now, you could, other things you could do to this, you could put Google eyes on there, which would be, you know, kind of fitting with oops, my fire's moved. Could be kind of fitting with the dumpster fire kind of madness. What does it say? Dumpster fire gained popularity in the 2010s and was added to Webster's Dictionary in 2018, in case anyone was wondering. Oh, that's funny. Had no idea. Good information. Oh, wait, there's more on here. There's a little bar that goes across the side. But remember, you can skip. I love that Spellbinders adds a lot of details. You guys know I'm a big fan of details, but you can always skip details if you want. I just put a little white gel pen dot there, and there we have our dumpster fire. Yeah, Google Eyes would look great on it too. It's dumpster fire. It's just like, I use it as a, like, sometimes life, you know, when things aren't going well, you just got a dumpster fire. You got it. It's a mess. It's a hot mess. All right, so I want to make the opposite way, right? But when you die cut, let's see if I can show you this. When you die cut with a die, this is the back side of the die cut. See how the edges are raised, like rough looking? So you don't want to glue it together backwards and just put it on your card because you got that rough edge. You could if you wanted to, but what I do is I die cut all of my pieces. So I just die cut them like I did for this one. And I'm going to lay all the pieces into, you know what, I'm not going to do it on that. I'm going to put it on my metal shim so it's smooth. So I'm going to put all my pieces on here upside down. It's all the same pieces. I'm just putting them on my die cut plate upside down. Let's put them all on there. Like that. And then I'll put a piece of cardstock on top. No dies are in here, just the die cuts. And basically, I'm flattening the die cuts between two smooth surfaces. Ooh, I missed these. Perfect purple. Let me tell you what these purples are. Hold on. Now look at how I smoothed out the back of the die cut. See how there's no like rough edge? So now I can glue these pieces together and it'll look great. Now I have my black here. I forgot this one and this one, so I'll do those separately. So basically you just put it between two smooth surfaces, like two pieces of cardstock in your die cut machine, and it'll smoosh it down. Okay, the cardstock that I used. These are the Spellbinders Lilac and Spellbinders Lavender. Those are the two. Okay. Okay, so now, I didn't need that one. We have these that I'll glue together backwards. So I'm gonna do the exact same thing on all of them. Now this here, oh, that's what was wrong last time. I put the backwards one on here. Just ignore me, it turned out fine. Let's put the teeth on the back. So everything will be reverse of the turquoise one I already set up. There we go. Then this little eyepiece, yeah, I did the wrong one. So let me cut this again. I need it to be upside down. So this is black glossy cardstock. And remember, for this one, I want it upside down. So I'll actually put the die cut or the die on the white side and run it through so that the back side is the black glossy. So basically, all I did was die cut all the pieces, but I'm gluing them together upside down. I just flip them all over. So we'll end up having two dumpsters facing each other. But the big thing is to put it in between smooth surfaces and run it through, which will flatten it out. I'm not gonna bother flattening this one out because it's going behind, but gives you the idea. Okay, so this is an upside down die cut, and it just goes behind like that. There we go. All right, and then let's see, these guys upside down. So this gets glued onto the front. I just think this is fun. Now, here's the thing. Not everybody might find dumpster fire projects funny. So you could do this with a variety of images. So say you have like that classic mouse, or you have, you know, like, I know there's the Pooh, or like you could have a flower that's cut, Winnie the Pooh. There's like a flower that's cut to arch one way. You could flip it over and do another, and they could arch the other way. It's not confusing if you die cut as you go. It's confusing for me because I mixed all of my die cuts together, and that was my fault. But you know, it happens. So that goes there, and I need to do another rim. I want the dimension, the rim dimension. But now look at these guys. It would also be fun. Pear Blossom Press has lights that you can add to your cards. It'd be fun to do the flame from vellum and put a light behind there, and they can push it and it lights up. You can actually make, yeah, sorry. You can actually make the vellum like an orange or yellow by dragging dye ink on it to color it, and then put a light behind it. Pooh hugs, there you go. I heard you, I see you there. Yes, you could, when you cut something right on the back, you know, reverse or whatever, there's lots of ways you can avoid getting confused like I did. I pitched all of my die cuts into the same container, which the front ways and the back ways, and I shouldn't have done that, but live and learn. Okay, so there, that goes onto there. Look at that. Oh my gosh, they crack me up. I could put sliders behind both of them and they kind of move together and apart, but that'll make for a big card. I don't know that I want to do that. I need another ledge. That's going to bother me if I don't get one. Hold on. Here we go. I've got this, and I need this. Let's run this through. So now we have two dumpster fires facing each other. Not a hard technique, right? To just use your die cuts upside down, but it gives you more versatility for the products you have. And you can do this with any of your dies. Another reminder is you can use your stencils upside down. So say you have a big rose layering stencil and it kind of reaches up, like reaches over on a card like this, just use the stencils upside down and you can have a rose going that way. You can make a lot of symmetrical designs by doing this. All right, so I did another one of these because I wanted more dimension. Okay, so there we go. Aren't they cute? You just don't want to do word dies upside down. It doesn't work so well. Okay, so there's our little dumpster fires that can come look at each other. Aren't they cute? Yeah, a downhill slider would be fun for one. Oh, I like that. You could do a downhill slider. That's a great idea. So these two, I would probably, you can have them next to each other on a vertical card. I think I would do like that. There's not a whole lot of room to slide back and forth. I could do a bigger card. Those could slide back and forth, but I also could just do, people are chatty today. I could also just do a dumpster fire going down a hill or whatever. You can actually put them on one of those, like on a snap and slide, and he might be able to spin down. Lots of ideas. Isn't that fun? So let's see. Now that I've got him reversed, I don't know if I want to add, hold on. I don't know if I want to make them slide. They could slide together too. They could be like holding hands sliding together. Spinners, yeah, we'll do spinners on something today, I think. All right, slide holding hands. Should I try that? Sure, let's try it. I need to find a slider die. I think they might all be in the other room. Let's see here. Where's my lawn fawn? Yeah, I think they're in the other room, but I'll make do with something else. I do have a lawn fawn die set that has small little sliders in it. I don't think this would be long enough, but we can make them longer. These are, let me first start with these. Do it, okay. I could add arms to them because these look like ears, so I could add arms from something else. Maybe I'll do that. But first of all, these are called snap and slides. They sell them at Spellbinders. All right. They sell them at Spellbinders, and they allow you to do interactive, like spinning card elements very easily. However, you could also use die cut circles and foam circles, but these are so easy to use. They're from Pear Blossom Press. You could get them from there, or you can get them from Simon Says Stamp, or you can get them from Spellbinders. I linked below to them. Okay, so they just snap on and off, and they work great with any kind of long, narrow die for them to slide across. So say this is a die cut hole in a paper. You snap on the front and the back, and you can see how it slides back and forth. I will explain, Kathy, how to do them if you don't have sliders. I'll do that too. So I'm thinking, this is a pretty wide slider, but I don't know where my other slider dies are. I think they're in the other room. Let's see about hands. Let's see if we want to put hands on, have them hold hands. Let's look at the hands from our brunch set. Because I could do like, like, let's see. Yeah, they could hold hands. Those have to be some strong hands, so I have to support them. Should I have them hold hands? Should I take the time to do that? And then there'd also be hands just kind of coming off. I'll shorten them. Should I make them hold? I think we need to make them hold hands. Don't you think so? Mike. Okay, so I need to, oh, look at this. I already cut some white ones. So what I did is I took the little hands from the Thanks a Brunch die set I showed you earlier. And I cut them from white cardstock, and I cut them from black glossy cardstock. And I'm gluing the black glossy on top of the white. The reason I'm putting the white on the back there is so the arms are stronger. I didn't put enough glue on these. They're coming apart. There we go. So the arms are thicker and stronger. Yes, so we'll make them hold hands. So this one goes on him. or I guess I should say her, and this one goes on her. This is Jennifer, this is Link Ninja. And I'll go ahead and make the other arms stronger too. Hold on. So I left these in the negative space here. It makes it easier for me to put the glue on it and then put the black die cut on top. And there, that's strong now. And I'm making some long ones here, but I can always shorten the arms. There are arms in those pasta sets. There are arms in the pill sets that I showed you. So you have lots of different arm options. Another thing you could do, well, I guess that would be harder. You could put like a heart between the dumpsters, and that would connect them. If you didn't have hands, you could draw them on the heart. Okay, so I think I have, now those go there. These two go here. I have more than enough. Okay. All right. We're talking business now. Okay. First of all, let's do the hand that goes off to the side, the other side. I'm going to cut his arm shorter. He doesn't need super long arms. You could use tweezers for this. Some people love their tweezers. Yes, these are all that I'm using so far is from Spellbinders. They are offering a, is that too long of an arm? Nah, it'll be fine. They are offering, yes, they are offering, if you spend $100, you get a free set of craft stacks. And that's exclusive to my friends here, so be sure to check that out below. You also, in the US, get free shipping for $100 too. I don't know if you can really see that. Let's try that. Okay, and then this guy is going to go to the back side. Like that. And the other ones, yeah. So you see the arm coming out? Isn't that funny? They need rollerblades or skates. Well, they've got these little wheels on the bottom. Okay, so this one will go right here. Brienne needs her arms. Okay, and I'll be honest, I love putting die cuts like this together. If it's not your jam, I get it. You could always do a similar technique with any two stamped images. But let's be honest, the dumpster fires are just great. Okay, so then they'll connect with their hands there. Oh my gosh, that's cute, but I am going to shorten their arms a bit. Now I will also put, I don't want these arms to come off. Here's the thing. With these arms, the top layer is glossy black, so it doesn't want to stick right away. So I'm going to put a piece of tape on the back so the arms stay put like that. Okay? So now there they are holding hands. Oh! Are the seines in the pasta die sets? Die cuts, are they separate? Are the seines in the pasta die cuts or are they separate? There's a stamp set for that goes with pasta and you can buy them together or separately. There's a few choices with the pasta. Okay, so let's do going back and forth. I got to think about what I want my background to be though. I don't want it to be just plain. Well, maybe plain is good. Maybe plain is best. I think maybe plain is best. You just think, because it's going to move and it's going to have a sentiment under there. So plain white might be best. Can you scroll it? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and glue their hands together. I'm going to be bold. I got to give it some time to dry. So let's put their hands together. They're permanently attached now. Those look good together, right? And we'll put a magnet on it. No, the $100, spending $100 at Spellbinders does not have to be on the products I show you. I believe the fine print is like everything except clubs. I don't know, the fine detail, a link to the fine print is below, but anything there. They're even having a BOGO sale on things I'm not using. So you definitely could check the shop, the buy one, get one half off too. I do want to put rock candy on the flames. Don't let me forget, Linda. Okay, slider dies. I'll tell you about slider dies. I don't know if Honeybee has this one anymore, but a lot of companies do. Another thing you can do is a lot of companies have, like a lot of your die sets from various companies have like a banner die that you can create your slit out of. What you would do is you die cut like there, if you want it to be longer, move it and die cut it again, and you'd have a long slit. So check out any of your die sets that have like banner sentiment dies, because you could use those, all right? But this one is called Straight Interactive Sliders from Honeybee. I don't know, I'm sure, I'm guessing Spellbinders probably has one. Like here, look at this. This die set from Pink and Main, they're these sentiment strip dies. That would work. It doesn't matter. Or you can just use a craft knife and cut your own. You just need something long, and if it's not long enough, you can shift it over, which I'll show you in a moment, okay? So look at what you have. This one's from Honeybee. I do know Trinity Stamps and Lawn Fawn have great slider dies. I just have them in the other room because I had them from Black Friday, and so I am labeling them. But they exist. Mike, can you look at the stuff Cammie labeled in the other room and bring it in here? I'm going to see if I can find it. Altenew has some banner dies. Yeah, a lot of companies do. No, it's just a mix. Anything she's labeled recently should be on the desk. Look how cute. Yeah, if you're afraid they're not going to move well together, you could put some acetate between them too. I'm going to try not. I'm going to try to just trust that we're ride or dies and we will not come apart. All right, he's going to go look. Hold on. Yeah, they do have, Lawn Fawn has them. Lawn Fawn's got lots of slider dies. Pear Blossom Press has some. I mean, there's a lot of them out there. I'm just getting a piece of white cardstock ready. I don't know if Honeybee still has these. Hold on, he's looking. Let me see if Honeybee has this. Because slider dies were really popular a long time ago. Honeybee slider. Okay. I just got a picture of my grandbaby and I had to look. Straight interactive sliders. Let me see. Mike's brought some stuff in here. No, I don't see them in there. Hold on, I'll be back. This isn't it. I don't think this is it. There should be something on her desk. Can you put up the be right back sign and I'll go look? No, it's okay. I need to find it fast, so I might just have to go with it. Yeah, this isn't it. It should be very recent, like on her desk. Yeah, I'm not seeing them. We'll keep looking. But in the meantime, I'm going to use this, and I'll show you some others. I will show you, let me think about how wide I want this to go. I think this width is good, but let me show you something else. If you have a smaller, say this is a, let me find a small sentiment die strip. Die. Let's see here. Okay. Is that it?
I think so.
I think this might be it. Maybe. Oh, come along now.
It's not on the shelf.
I never can find anything anymore. No, I don't know where it went. Okay. Say you have like, this is a sentiment strip die from a random stamp set. Okay, a lot of sets have this. And say you wanted to use that to create a slider thing here, but it's too short. All you do is tape right there. So I'll move this one. I'm just going to use a random banner die here. This is a random banner die. But please keep in mind that I'll have Mike add to the supply list the Lawn Fawn slide and the Trinity stamps. It should be in my linked things, Mike.
I don't.
Hold on. I have to think. I don't like thinking. Let me see. I'm going to put this like right down the middle of the card. I'll link to them in a moment. Okay. So I'm thinking I want them to go back and forth there.
Pull and slide surprise.
Pull and slide surprise. Could be it. From where?
Lawn Fawn.
No. Hold on.
Sure.
Slide on over. The Lawn Fawn slide on over is a good one. And then Trinity stamps. Sorry guys, I didn't think I was going to do this, so Trinity stamps has one that has tons of different things. It's called the Trinity stamps one is called Slide and Spin. All right, so I think I'm going to do. It's like right there. You're going to see the slit. There's ways to hide the slit, but I don't think I'm going to do it. I could, but I don't want to. I really don't want to take that much time. Maybe I'll show that in a future video where I can prep first. But I think I'll put this here. How far over do we want them to go? They could go off the edges. That'd be fine. I'll go put them in more. Let's test one out, okay? Let's do a test run. So I've got this banner die. I want it to stop here, all right in the middle. Hold on, I'll show you. I got to play around with this because I did not plan. Because I wanted to see what you guys wanted me to do. So there I cut part of it, but I want it to go longer. All you got to do, if you don't have a long slit, you don't really need a fancy slider die set. If you've got a banner die, even a smaller one, watch, I'll just put it into the same spot and end it over here and run it through again. It'll make it longer. All right. Yeah, the Trinity Stamp Slide and Spin set, can you add those to the supply list on the YouTube too? It's got so many different options. It's a really good set to have. Both of them are good. Okay, so now I have a longer. So what you can do, let's test it before I stamp and all that. These are the snap and slides from Pear Blossom Press. I got mine at you can get yours at Spellbinders. But see how they just slide along? Okay. Let's see if just 2 is enough support, because these are dumpster fires. They need good support. Oops, I didn't pop them together. I will talk about how to make your own sliders in just a moment. But first, oh, I had 2 of the same half. Hold on. I had 2 that didn't pop together. There we go. Okay. So, let me think. I need to see, it's quite ironic that I'm going to test this out to see if there's enough support for our dumpster fires to go through. So let's put them on here. And I will just use, to make it fast, I usually like to use glue dots, but I'm out of the bigger glue dots. You could put a few small glue dots on there. But let's just use some double-sided tape for now. You can always go back and add better, cover better, but I want to test this. I want to see if we will be able to support ourselves. Teflon bone folder. Honeybee's got a great Teflon bone folder, but if you get a high quality one, you should be good to go. Let me see about this. I put them like that. And then let's try putting them on here. Let's see how they go. So you would put this so you don't see the slit as much. Put white behind it. Oh my gosh, that is so fun. There we go. So that's how you could turn that into two sliding together. If you are worried about them wobbling too much, see how they're wobbling? You can put two sliders behind one dumpster. So you use 4 totally, or totally. I think I'm just gonna go with this. I kind of like that they shake, but they stay stuck together. But I need to stamp a greeting on here. Certified hot mess. Maybe that goes on the envelope. You're my favorite bad idea. What do I want to do for Brienne? At least we're in this together. Brienne and I had a year. We're hoping that 2026 is better. I should make one of these for Lila too. We keep saying the same. Because I think it's very important that your kids know that you struggle too, so that when they struggle, they don't feel alone. Sorry, I got my soapbox there. Okay, I'm gonna place this down and stamp that right there. Yes, I would think it'd be so much fun to make this light up. And you know what? Maybe I'll do that in a future one. I need to take my snap and slides off. They're too tall. Unsnap it on the back. See, they just snap on and off. There we go, like that. Let's stamp this. What was I gonna tell you? Oh, I'll tell you, remind me, and I'll tell you how to make a slider without these snaps. But you saw how easy the snaps are. One goes behind the slit, one goes in front of. And they're great for sliders, or if you die cut a circle and snap one of these in, you can make a spinner. Dumpster fires are the way to go. Okay, let's put these back into their little holes. They'll snap in. I should have done my sentiment first, but you know, live and learn. Okay, so those, you heard they just snap right in. So fantastic. Okay, let go. Oh, I got ink. I'm making a mess. Go figure. So there we go. At least we're in this together. I want this on a black card base. And let me show you my trick for black card bases. First, I got a little blue ink on my flame. So I'm gonna ignore me. I got a little blue, there was blue ink in my Misty, so I got some on the flame and on the corner of my card here. So this is a paper sander. I don't want to sand my desk. This is a paper sander, and I feel like this is probably one of my most used tools in the craft room and one of the least expensive. It was on my crafty gift guide. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Okay, black card base. I didn't say I would be efficient with my time today, did I? Because I'm not. That's okay. It's okay, right? I'm gonna make this a side folding card. So I have an 8.5 by 11 here. Hi, Betsy Black. Glad to have you here. One of my other favorite Betsy's is here. Betsy Green. Oh, that's funny. Betsy Green and Betsy Black. Oh. Okay, so I scored down the center, match that up. By the way, this scoring tool I've been using, I was gifted it from Your Paper Insider. It was a free gift, and I like it a lot. Thank you, Rachel. I'm glad you're here. If you have a question, put it in capitals, and I will try to get to you. So now I have a black note card, but I want the inside where I don't have to write with a white gel pen. So I'm going to get a scrap of white cardstock. Like, I don't care what kind of white cardstock this is. Like, it can have a mess up on the back. It can be lightweight. Let me get a piece here that's lightweight. This doesn't have to be fancy because all I'm going to do is write my message on it. And I'm going to cut it to the same as the white panel on the front. So I think I made that just a little bit less than 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. Yep, just 1/8 of an inch less. So So I'm going to cut a little bit off, basically half of a grid line off one side, half of a grid line off the other. So this can go on the inside of the card. And I think I will stamp everything's fine if you ignore most of it on the inside. Certified Hot Mess will go on the front of the card. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Okay, let's try this. Right, and let's do it a little lower. I am not known for writing big messages inside of my cards. I'm known for putting a lot of time into my cards, but not much for... Somebody said something about closed captions. I feel like lives I watched this week had closed captions available, but they aren't today.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I forgot to enable it. It's a separate action to go in.
Is it too late to do it?
I don't know. I can try.
This looks crooked. It looks crooked, but that's kind of fitting for this card, right?
It was late when I created this.
He's going to look to add it. It's like something that they don't automatically do. I wish they would, but
You have to go into a whole area to do it.
they make it kind of tricky. I think they don't want, I don't know, whatever. Okay, I got fingerprints up here too.
No, I can't.
Hi, Ajax.
No, I can't.
We can't add it right now, but we can add it after, right? We'll add it after. Okay. If not, I can pay to have another service do it.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's just...
It was a mistake. Okay. It's just so many things you got to remember when you go live. So when I make a black card base, I like to put a white insert on the inside. I think it gives a beautiful finished look. Now this on the front, we'll need foam tape. Let me get some foam tape here. I need to buy more foam tape.
I need a Post-it note for that.
Yeah, he needs Post-it notes for everything.
I put a Post-it note to remind me to do the countdown.
Mike needs a mic. Mike, do you want a mic?
Somebody complained about interested in pinball all the time.
Mike is, Mike's pretty shy, believe it or not. Well, I shouldn't say pretty shy. Extremely. I mean, we're talking extremely shy. I'm not doing the best here with my foam tape, but it's good enough. I'm sending this with a present, so it'll be just in a box, so it won't get squashed. Yeah, the blemishes are appropriate. I should leave them. Mike needs a mic or a mic. That's good. Yeah, this is my kind. Now watch. This is very important. Watch what I do with the release paper I take off. Sometimes I do it like that too. Anyway, if you want to make sure that you get this in good position before pressing it down, one of the things you can do, because there is no wiggle room time with foam tape, but there is with liquid adhesive. This needs to be, every once in a while I'll clean out the nozzles of my glue bottles. If you want wiggle time for your doubles or your foam tape, squirt some liquid adhesive on it, spread it around with your finger, and then the whole surface of the foam tape has the liquid adhesive on it, so you have wiggle room time. So I can place this down, and I don't have to make sure I get it right the first time. Oh, there we go. See how I can wiggle it around? Just wiggle, wiggle. There we go. I got another little boogie. Hold on, let's see if I can get them off. Can't really, there, oh, that one rubs right off. Okay, so now, oh, I forgot to put white paper behind the hole. Oh, thank you. Okay, there we go. Good thing I have that liquid adhesive in there. Oh, thank you to whoever said that. Forgot. Thank you. Okay. So now I can put that on here, and this will be easier now. Okay. So now let's put, did I get it right? Yeah. Thank you. I got so excited about how cute it was, I forgot. Isn't it cute? I do also like whoever gave the idea earlier to just make one dumpster fire going down a hill. I like that idea too. But look at that. Now, I think it'd be fun to have a little heart in there too. I think I'll just go with this. You could do little like sparkly little things, like little star kind of things on it. Let's do, I want to do something fun with it. You know, I'm going to put little stars in it. Little iridescent gold stars. I'll tell you where they're from once I find them. Which ones do I want to use? Oh, knocked light over. These are Trinity. You deserve a star. I almost always use Trinity embellishments, Trinity stamps. They just, the reason is there are so many companies who have great ones out there, but these, like she seems to cover everything. She has everything. Rock candy would be fun on the flames too. I did rock candy on my French fries in yesterday's live. I'm doing little tiny stars. I know stars in a fire don't really make a whole lot of sense, but you know what? We're stars. We're rock stars. Dumpster fire rock stars. And I feel like the sparkle will be fun. You could do little circles if you prefer. I'm just doing some of the tiny. Now I am using Gina K. Sorry if my head's in the way. I'm using Gina K Connect liquid adhesive in the matte form. So if some of the glue oozes out from my little stars, I can always, it'll dry clear and matte, and I don't have to worry about it. All right, Mike, is there a question I can answer?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, sorry about the closed caption again. It was late when I created this.
Yeah, this was last minute.
Completely forgot.
Because he texted me late last night saying, what time for the live tomorrow? And I was asleep. So I didn't get to tell him until this morning. I go to bed early. He goes to bed late. That's just the way it goes. Can you please remind me where the jars are for the embellishments? So these little jars here, I did an explanation about how I store my gems now with photos and links. It's in my crafty gift guide video that I put up in November. So if you go to my channel and search on crafty gift guide, you'll see it. Okay, so I just like the sparkles on it. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Very burgundy with a foam ink pad. Oh, foam. Yes, yes. Someone there, who asked that, Mike? I don't like saying someone, but sometimes I don't see it fast enough. Ashley asked for a burgundy with a foam ink pad. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe these will work for you. Cabernet. This is, oh, I need a scrap here. This is Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated. They've got lots of colors. That's really dark. Now it will lighten. I'll show you. So that's Cabernet and Sangria. Let me heat set them. While I dry this, Tara asks, you make so many different types of cards. Do you have a favorite style or interactive element? I like anything that pops up. I'm a big fan of pop-up because I feel like you'll never find that in a store. Or anything clear cards. I did clear cards on Tuesdays and Thursdays live, and I did pop-up in yesterday's live. So there's two burgundies. So Sangria and Cabernet. And those are truly the color of Cabernet. Character dancing under rainbow. Oh, that's cute. Thank you for the super chat, Tara. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Any other questions while I clean up a bit? Oh, I said I was going to show you how to make a slider without. I'll do that right now. Okay. Let me show you. I don't want to forget that. So I'm going to make just a quick downhill slider here. I'll have it go like that. It could be shorter or longer. You can change it. But I'm just trying to make something quick for you. I prefer to make my sliders with the Snap and Slides because they are so smooth and so fast, and they're quite affordable. You get 10 of them in here, 10 pairs. And you can make them spin, slide, whatever. I did some things with them in my crafty gift guide also. I was live, oh, not yesterday, Friday, you're right. I was live on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and now Sunday. Who makes the glitter tray that I'm using? That is from Cat Scrappiness. It's a small business in Seattle, and she sells them online. And she's got some exclusive, unique stuff, and she has gems and such. And I love her trays. I like that they're off-white, so it's easy to see what color your little gems are. Okay, so here's my slider. I'm going to make my own. I die cut any 2 circles from size circles, whatever size you want. And you have a choice here on what you use to slide. You need an element that fits through here that's round, okay? You can use, if you have circle foam adhesive, which I love, you can use that. If you don't have that, you could have a tiny button, but that takes some time with liquid adhesive to dry. Or you can die cut like 8 teeny tiny circle die cuts and glue them together to make like a stacked circle. But I'm going to go with the foam circles. I'm going to put one right here at the middle of this circle. And then I put that into the hole. So basically I made that like a half of one of those snap and slides. Remove the release paper and put another on the other side. So now this will slide up and down, okay? Then you can glue your dumpster onto it. But this will rotate because I only did one. If you wanted, first let me show you this. So see, that will slide and it will kind of rotate and stuff. But if you want it to stay upright, this is what you do. You take that apart so I can show you again. If you want it to stay upright, I will take 2 foam circles, put them like this next to each other, put them through that opening, and then really you don't need the other circle, you can just put your element on top. And now like he'll slide down it. But now here's the thing. Oh, he doesn't want to slide very well because it's moving. There we go. Now he's sliding. Here's the thing. With those 2, it's better to do 2 separate sliders. Oh, it's sliding fine. And the fun thing about this is I would put it in the envelope up here, and then when they take it out, it would slide down. But as you saw with these, it slides back and forth more because they are smooth, super smooth. This has the side of the foam circles, which can sometimes be a little sticky, but it will work. Somebody asked, why didn't I use these for this? You can, but somebody wanted to know how to do a slider mechanism without having these, and I wanted to demonstrate that. Okay, so what I just did, you could have done here, and what I did there, you could have done here. But this would be fun to put like green grass, so it's like a hill going down. All right, there you go. Fun. Okay, so that's some fun with the dumpster fire. So I showed you how to do reverse. We added some hands to him from I think it was the brunch set. Let me put a few things away and then we'll move on to what? I don't know. Who knows? Oh, another thing you could do. Take this apart. I'm destroying everything. I prepped a bunch of other dumpsters. I have some more besides this because I like it so much. So I plan to make a bunch of them off screen because I know a lot of people who would get a kick out of the sentiments. Okay. One more thing with this. Excuse my giant head. The spinners. These teeny tiny spinners. I've shown them a few times in videos. They go out of stock and then they come back in stock. but they would be fun on a dumpster fire if you want them to spin, just to make it crazy. They're back in stock at Simon Says Stamp. Mike, can you put it, I have it on the supply list. Can you put it in the chat? If you wanted to see the slider dies that I recommended from Trinity or Lawn Fawn, Mike added them to the supply list. You just have to refresh the page. Because if we add something, it won't be there unless you refresh it. Okay, so these are the little spinners from Simon Says Stamp. They're super teeny tiny and they spin like crazy, okay? I usually will do a little drop, a good size drop of liquid adhesive from Gina K to adhere it, but I don't want to take the time to dry. So I just use a glue dot on the back side, then do a glue dot on the front side. I'm just demonstrating this with the dumpster fire, but you can do this with any die cut. So there's a glue dot on top of it. You stick it on there, and then now he will spin like crazy, okay? So he'll just spin a lot. So if you want a lot of spinning motion, like as soon as they touch the card, they'll feel the spinning. The spinners from Simon Says Stamp, and they're linked in the YouTube description below. And I thought it'd be fun on this too, and you could put, you know, like the complete, what is it, certified mess or something. Certified hot mess underneath there. So that's just something else you could do. What about, does the offer cover there too? Diane, I'm not sure what you're asking there. You might want to ask that again. So these are just, I just wanted to show you some different movements you could do. You could also do an action wobbler. All right. Yeah, let's admit I'm good at dumpster fires. All right, so that's dumpster fire from Spellbinders. But for those who don't have dumpster fires in their lives, you can do that with other products. In fact, what I just did for this one was what I actually was thinking about doing with the pill and the prescription bottle. But now I've done it. I made, this is the favorite side effect stamp set. What is my favorite vellum? Hold on while I find this. My favorite vellum is Simon Says Stamp vellum. Altenew vellum's good too. I like those because they're heavyweight, so you can even make card bases out of them. A thin vellum is nice for certain things, but I don't use it often. I generally like the heavier weight vellum. Let's see, this was called the Favorite Side Effect, Stamps and Dies. So I made some of the little die cuts here. I'll show them to you, but I had planned to maybe have them hold hands and go back and forth. So you could do the exact same thing with the pill bottle and the pill. But let's see, let me think about what I want to do with him instead. I could do it again, but let me get the stamp set for this. Did I get it out already? No. Great. Here we go. We've reached the time of the night where I can't find anything. Oop. Oh, did I just bump that? I think I bumped that. Hold, please. Oh, here we go. So this is the, oh great, some of my dies are falling off. Here we go. This is the Side Effect die and stamp set. You can buy these together or buy a bunch of them together and save. Either way. Some of the things you could do with this. You could do the slider like we just did with these guys holding hands. Remember that the die set comes with different arms and legs. So you could have like them holding hands straight out or put the hand on the hip like I did, totally up to you. Yeah, you could do a shaker bottle. That would be cute. You could make a shaker out of this because there's little pill dies in here. So you could fill the window with the little pills shaking or put it behind this. There's a lot of different things that you could do. All right, let's see. Let me share some of the ideas and you can tell me what I should do. Hold on. Oh, you're a pill. You could do that. That'd be a great sentiment with it. I can do with these two little guys, I could have them hold hands and slide again. I could put them on action wobblers next to each other so they kind of dance. I could put them on like a die cut. This might be fun. Oh, this could be fun. This might be what I do. Man down. Let's see. I could put them together on a die cut. Let's see, let me think of what sentiment. Now available and barely holding it together strength. Another pill, you've warning, may cause eye rolls. If you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. I just love that. So I might want to do, I think I'm going to do these guys with the sentiment right underneath, them standing on it. No. Let me think. This is going to take me a minute because I got to think. I don't like thinking. Oh, that might work. I might do a bigger card. Put them on it. I really like vertical cards, horizontal cards, whatever. These two could stand next to each other, looking at each other. I've got to show you how their eyes are done because they're cool.
What kind of circles are you using?
Oh, they're hard to find. I think I got mine maybe on Amazon or scrapbook.com. They're called American Crafts. I got to add them to my supplies. American Crafts Sticky Thumb. That's the circle foam dots I use. I used to use EK Success, but I don't think they make them anymore. Let me think for a moment. Maybe I'll do this on a strip. If you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. I just love that. I think that's hilarious. Or maybe I'll do it like this. I know. I'm going to put it right there. And we're going to have shaker on shaker on shaker. Hang on. There we go. Now we're talking. Just give me a moment to think it through, and then I will share my, I'm going to do a frame shaker thingy. I don't want it to be too like focused on the shaker. I just want it to be, no, that's too big. So that would be the window, and then we need, these two guys will be standing on here. So hold on, I need a little bit bigger. I could make them dance too. Yep, we can do dancing too. I'm grabbing all my, these are the Spellbinders Essential Ovals. I love these. I use them a lot in videos. A lot. I might end up making my card a little taller, and these two guys will stand on there, and then the shaker bits will be in the oval. That's what I want to do. I don't know why, but that's what I want to do. Hang on. Another man down. Here we go. Okay, so I will show you. These are the Essential Ovals from Spellbinders. Mike, can you add that to the list?
Yeah.
I'm going to make a little shaker window-ish thing. But here's the thing. I'm going to need to die cut a bunch of pills, and that might take some time. So I'm not sure I'm going to do that now. It'd be fun to actually put like little Benadryl pills or something in it. Okay, I'm going to make a taller card. I want more room. So this panel that I'm making, I'm going to make a note card. Let me get the card. I'm going to make a note card that is A6. So it's 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. Where did I put my trimmer? Ah, it's on my die cut machine. So I'm sorry. The A6 card would be 4 1/2 by 6 1/4. Okay, so that's the A6 card size. And the panel I'm going to put on the front will be 1/4 inch smaller. So this will be 4 1/4 by 6. And I will write that on there so you know. 4¼ by 6. That's the panel I'm using. Set this aside. Yeah, real pills in the shaker would be funny. That's cute. Put Advil pills in it and say in case of emergency you can get them out. That's funny. So I'm using 4¼ by 6. And I plan to stamp the sentiment at the bottom and have a shaker window that big. So let's first die cut the shaker window. And remember, this may crash and burn. Isn't that cute? You like to see me figure out a design? You don't feel frantic watching me? Because I feel like I get frantic. Because here's the thing. I like to always plan things ahead of time because I don't want to waste your time. That's why I spent last night, yesterday prepping all these die cuts because I want to make good use of your time. And I think sitting me just glue things together can be kind of boring. So I don't often tend to come unprepared, but I'm hoping that it's worthwhile to watch. So there's my panel. Then from the leftover piece in the center, I'm just cutting a smaller oval. You'll see where I'm going with this in a moment, hopefully. I'm gonna move things out of the way. You like to see my mind work and hear the dialogue. Oh, that's frightening. So it's gonna be like this, with these guys dancing on here, and the shaker part is the oval. I don't know. Let's see what happens. It may not be great, but here's the thing. We'll at least know for the next time. So here is the card panel. The sentiment is, if you're happy and you know it, it's your pills. Dang it. I really need to clean my Misty. All right. Get out of my way. Because I keep getting ink on my things. I don't know why. Okay. So I'm going to stamp this with black so it stands out because it's a small sentiment on a big card. My brain is a mess. Ask Mike. Ask my therapist. Okay. If you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. This is going... well, I have a lot of people that send this one too. All right. Let me put that away. Let me erase my ink boogie. Gotta find my paper sander. How much is that? I don't know where I put the paper sander, so I'll have to erase it later. I should have more than one. Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Here we go. Got another one. I don't know. I know my videos go long and my lives go long, and I want to make sure that I am respectful of your time. Okay, so there is the front of our shaker window. This is going to be where those guys sit. So we can go ahead and put them on. They're going to be like, they could hold hands and dance. Let's do that. I liked how this one had you could probably, you know what you could do is not use both. Good question. Here's a question. Vote. Do I want just the pill bottle or the pill bottle and the pill at the center there? So Mike, can you ask that question? The pill bottle alone at the center, or do I want him too? He could go on the inside. Yeah, it does look like a giant pill, doesn't it? And I was kind of going for that. So Mike's going to let you vote at the top. In the meantime, I have a piece of acetate here that I'm going to put on the back of this window. Okay, so it's glass. So there should be a pole at the top if it's done. So there's acetate there that I taped to the back, and then I'm going to tape this one onto it like that. Okay. I like that this mimics a pill, so they can hold hands or not. I'm going to put this onto a black card base. So I'll make my black. You guys can, while you vote, I'm going to make my black card base. So I'm just doing black cardstock. I'm scoring it in half, 4 1/4, or scoring an 8.5 by 11 sheet at 5.5 inches. And then I will take that and I'll cut it to be 4.5 wide by 6 1/4 inches tall. That is the size of an A6 card, and I save these scraps off to the side. Okay, so 4.5 by 6 1/4, and you can see that's just a little bit bigger than my panel here. My acetate's hanging off the edge here. Let me cut some off. What'd they say, Mike?
Both.
Do both, okay. And I want white behind there too. So I'm gonna put white behind there. Okay. They want both. Let's do both. Well, first let's finish the rest of the card and then we'll put them on. I need shakers, shaker bits. So I would love to have pills in there. These are all Spellbinders. Yep, welcome. But I might just put gems to save time. Maybe I'll do gems and pearls. You could put little hearts in there. Let's see, what color? Let's put some little gems in there. Hold on, I'll be back. I'll put some maybe sequins in there. We'll do little sequins. Look at the colors. I could do flat sequins, yeah. And then some of the colored ones too. Or I could do a different color showing through on the inside. Should I put white behind here? The shaker bits are going to be in that window. Tic Tacs. Oh, that's a good idea. Doodlebug has shaker bits that are pills. That would be fun too. Should I let black show through or white? Or I could do like a glitter. It could be fun. Glitter paper showing through. I don't know that I like that. I don't think I like that. Doesn't really go with the vibe of the card. I could do like a light gray showing through. Or a bold color, but I really don't want a bold color. White. Do you like that showing through? Or white? Yeah, the colors of the bits will be lost on the black. Well, if I use these, you can see them still. See? You'll be able to see them. All right, here's the question. So the bits will be a few of these pills and little sequins. No, just wait, Mike, I'll tell you. So should I make it, and they'll be showing through here, should I make it black behind the window? Or white behind the window? Or gray behind the window? I think I know what I like already. Oops. I think either gray or white. I think the black is too. Looks like a rare track. Yeah, do white or gray. White or gray. The black, I think, is going to look like a racetrack. I won't be able to unsee it. So I'm vetoing that because it will drive me crazy. So these little pills are all in the... And what you can do, I'll show you. I don't want to glue these. Oh, people are saying black, not white. What about red? Oh my goodness, I could do red. Or I use like a watermelon color. But my pills are that color. Oh, see, I don't like anything too bold. Because I want the focus more to be on the sentiment and these little guys. Yeah, the arms do get lost in the black. What do you think, Mike? What did they say? Gray or white?
Gray.
Gray. Okay, I'm going with gray. Just trust me, folks. I think it'll work good. And I could do some texture on this if I wanted to. Not going to take the time. Okay, so now I'll add my guys later. That's going to go behind there. Okay, so here we go. Let me put my tape around him. I'm using thick tape here, but this is the Altenew thick foam tape. They have thick and thin. You could definitely use thin, but I have more of this right now. So I'm using it. Yeah, the pills are designed to do half one color, half another. I didn't do red and white, but I could. I did like a watermelon and a light watermelon color. I'll show you in just a second. But I probably won't make them all for inside the shaker because I'm lazy. Okay, so there's blocked off on the sides, but I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of support on the inside. And kind of block that off so they don't all rest behind there. Okay, zoink, zoink. There are a million ways you can do this. This is the way that Jennifer's mind is working right now. I'm not saying it's a good one, but there we go. Okay. So it's got support there, and that's going to go onto there. So let's fill him. Let's put these in here. So this will give us sparkles. Now, you could spend time finding things that look like pills. People have made some suggestions in the comments. I guess Doodlebug has little pills. I'm sure there are better options out there. I just didn't have this in my mind, so I didn't go searching. I don't want to waste your time. I would make more little pills if I had time. But look at here. See the pill? The dies cut the solid pill and then a half. So you glue them together. So you could do red and white. You could do whatever colors you want. But honestly, this is the color of my pills. This is what I did. But I'm not going to go through and glue the halves together. I don't want to take the time. I've got them, but I don't want to take the time and put them in there while they're wet. So I'm just putting the pills in here. And these are Spellbinders cardstocks. One of them, I believe, is Dahlia. These two, is it Dahlia? No, I lied. Yes, Dahlia and Wildberry. Wildberry is the darker. Dahlia is like the medium color. And I'm just laying these pills in here. I'm just making sure they're in here right side up. Little hearts would be great. You could just do pills and hearts. You could do real pills. A bottle of Benadryl, like no name brand, is inexpensive. You could put those in there and they'd move around great. All right, so I just scattered some in there. I would probably do more testing to figure out what's best in there, but I'm going to save time. Oh, before we go, remind me to show you how the eyes are done, okay? Now, time to remove this. Be careful when you're pulling this off because sometimes when you pull away, it snaps and your little things dance everywhere. Hearts would be really cute in here. But again, I'm just going with what I've got here just to save time. All right, see, I made one go over here. Now they're all going to want to dance because I'm going to get my fingers stuck. I could have removed the tape first, and then there's a million ways to do it. But anyway, so now I'll just put the gray on the back to close it off. Isn't that fun? Okay, now this is going to go on the front of my note card. So I created that black note card. This panel that I'm putting down is 4 1/4 by 6. And I'm putting it onto a note card that is 6 1/4 by 4 1/2. So it's a little bit, this is a regular A2, 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. You can see it's a bit bigger. And I like this bit bigger size. A6 envelopes are easy to find. I get mine at Cards and Pockets. And if I made this exact card in a smaller size, it would cost the same to ship as this one. this size envelope does not cost more. It's just, oh my gosh, that is so cute. Are they gonna hold hands? I don't think I want them to hold hands. Maybe they go like, no. I don't think I'm gonna make them hold hands. I think, because I want them each to shake on their own. Hi, Simon. Okay, Simon had some really good release with Spellbinders too. It's in the new category. He's got some cats and dogs. I think that was from this release. I did not use them because I just did cats twice this week. And I needed to shake things up. Okay, so I'm thinking, remind me again to show you the eyes. Yeah, you got to use the code to get the free gift. Okay, I'm going to put, these are mini action wobblers. I think I have them linked below. Pear Blossom Press sells them. There's different versions out there, but you want the mini. Don't get the full size. They're too big to go behind a lot of things, and they work the same. So if you have a bigger element, you could just use this. There's no sense in getting on. I personally don't think that the big ones are worth. I would just get the mini because you could use them for everything. Hold on. Uh-oh, this is where I scare Brienne. Is she here? All right, hit me up with a question. So there we go. Release paper. Sorry. Put one on the back of each. What's a question, Mike?
Let's see.
Oh, okay. A question. How do you get your shaker pieces to not get stuck to the tape? One thing you can do is rub anti-static powder along the edges of your tape. However, I don't care if they get stuck there because it keeps them all from falling down. But regardless, I use Altenew foam tape and it's not sticky on the sides. It's not sticky on the sides. So I don't have to worry about that. You can see they're all falling. All right, let's remove this release paper. Put that down here. So I'm putting a mini guy behind each. I might have to change their arms to the room. Question, what is the code to get the free store and Stax? Okay, to get the free craft Stax, there is, you shop the link in my YouTube description right at the top. It says special offers, or I think, yeah, special offers. And the information on how to get them free is there. I am using the medium-sized guillotine trimmer from Tim Holtz. I love it. I've used it for years and I'm very happy with it. So I think I'll put him here and him here and they will shake. Oh, I didn't ask my daughter if we could share the baby's name. I forgot. I will though, I promise. It's a common name, so it's not like, yeah, it should be fine, but I just try to be a little respectful of that kind of stuff. All right, I'm gonna put one here. So there's release paper on both sides, and can you see that it's a plastic spring that flattens and pops up, and it wiggles. I will do the eyes. I will do them after we finish. I'm gonna put these, hold on, my head's gonna get in the way. I wanna figure out where to put them before I press them down. So I'm gonna have their hands kind of touching, but they're on separate wobblers. Okay, so there they are. Now look at them. They dance and it shakes and they flatten to go into an envelope and they pop up and they just shake like crazy. Look at that. Isn't that fun? I love it. Thank you for your patience. Now, I do want to say Google eyes would be really cute on this guy. You could do oversized or little Google eyes. I'm going to put, I think the little's probably better. Yeah, the oversized is, I'll put both on and you can see. Oh, that's kind of fun. Google eyes would be fun. I just years ago, I got a pack of various Google eye sizes in one pack, and I've been using them for years. See what they look like with Google eyes? Which is fun because when they shake, they would move. But I think I'm gonna skip the Google eyes. Now the eyes in here, I'll show you how the eyes are done and remind me to do the face next. The cool thing in this set, I love this. You can make them look in different ways. You can make it look like he's rolling his eyes because remember there is a sentiment in here that says, warning, may cause eye rolls. This is brilliant what they did. They have these two funny looking dies in the set. and you die cut them like this. The base is from white, and this funky one that looks like a pop can tab is from black. And you glue those together. I'll show you what to do then. It looks kind of funny, right? But it looks kind of funny, but this you put behind the eyes. So see, you can have them turn and look that way. You can have them turn and look the other way. I just did that way. Turn and look this way. And you can also cut it and do two so they're looking up. So this allows you, that's how I got them to look at each other. I think that's great. And in fact, you could take this, cut it in half, and put this behind other eye holes on other critters, you know? But here, see how you can make it look, have him go up? Looking up, like he's rolling his eyes. Isn't that fun? It is hysterical. I think, you know, life is hard. We need help, and we need each other, and we need to laugh. Isn't that fun? Now, off screen, I would probably put a little shimmer and glossy accents on those little hearts that they're holding in their hands, but that's fun. There's the details. And I like that the oval, whoever suggested the oval, I think somebody said that. The oval was a good idea because it looks like a pill, kind of, right? And those are from Spellbinders. If you do not have the Spellbinders Essential Oval Set, it is my most used die set. Highly recommend. And you could get it as part of the deal I have today. How long have I been live? 2 hours?
Yep.
2. Okay, that's not bad. All right, so there we have our dumpster fire and our pills. And I've noticed my light is messing up, so hold on. Oh, just a second, I gotta do a setting. It's working again. That's weird. Oh, it's too bright. Sorry, guys. I'm having camera issues. All right. There we go. There's our first two. Oh, I haven't done it yet, but I will cut a white panel to go in here. All right. And I will stamp another one of the sentiments in there. Probably, this says, if you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. I probably on the inside put one a day to keep the nonsense away. Or if only adulting came in chewable form. So I would cut a white panel. Another thing you could do, I was going to show you this. Let's see. You could take, remember there's the UGG set that I told you about? It's the word UGG and then the stamps with it. You could do on the front, if you're happy and you know it, it's your pill. And then on the inside put, because adulting is hard. Life's a lot, so here's a card. That would go great on the inside too. By the way, this sentiment that says, I get it, let's vent and eat carbs would work great with the pasta sets. That's a good idea too. So you could put the, you could do the UGG like on the center of a card and have like, say that's the UGG on the center, have a pill bottle down here and a pill up here or dumpster fire up here. So you can use all these together. One thing I want to show you is if you want the mouth to show up better on this, see how the mouth and the eye and the eyebrows are just engraved? If you want to make them show up more, get a fine tip black pen. Oh, I need readers for this. All right, Mike, do a poll. Do you have to, the poll is, do you have to wear readers when you craft? Yes or no? So I'm tracing inside of that etched mouth and eyebrows with a really fine tip black pen. This is a Copic multiliner in 0.03. If you want it to stand out even more, you could use a bold tip. But see how it makes it stand out more? Just by tracing it in with the pen. Isn't that fun? Oh yeah, the I get it, let's vent and eat carbs. That would be great for the French fries that I did Friday too. So I like how you, see here's the thing. There's a lot of great companies out there and they all want each other to stick around. So mix and match your products. So you could use the French fries along with the carb sentiment. The French fries are from Christina Werner. The sentiment is from Spellbinders. Okay, do you typically always put a white panel on the inside of colored card bases? I do. There's two reasons for that, Amy. One is some of the colored cardstock I use is lighter weight, like Altenew's cardstock is like an 80 or 90 pound. And for me, that's not heavyweight enough for a card base. So what I would do is make a colored card base and then put a white insert inside, and that gives it strength and also a nice clean place to write your sentiment. But you don't have to. It's totally up to you. I'm using Spellbinders, mostly cardstock today, and theirs is very unique in that it is very heavyweight and very smooth. All right. Readers, when you do anything, you know what? I stopped wearing them as much, and I find I don't have to wear them as often now. Isn't that weird? Spellbinders and Hero Arts have run out of their All Create and Superhero membership. Does that mean I'll never get access to the things included in those memberships? Are they gone? Casey, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I really liked those two. I really did. So,
anybody here from Spellbinders?
No, there's not. Mike, can you message Yana? Wait, I can message Yana. I've got her right here because I was messaging her earlier. I have to find your comment though, and so I can copy and paste it. Okay, where's her comment? Oh, I don't see it. I'm gonna have. Mike, can you copy and? Oh, here, I found it. Let me see if I can copy. Oh, stop. All right, let me paste this over into a message to Yana. All right, I just sent a message to Yana. I think she's awake. She's in Ukraine. I think it's late there on a Sunday night. I don't know if she's awake or not. They usually will restock some things, and you can buy them separately, but we'll see. Yeah, Yana's fantastic.
What size foam tape did you use from Altenew?
The phone tape I used here is the 1/2 inch, 1/8 of an inch thick. But just link to all of them. I don't know what time it is in the Ukraine. You know how I figured out? I go into Google and I say time in Ukraine, and it'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't like dealing with figuring it all out. I just cheat. Okay, so that is the pills. Gosh, they're cute. Next, let's make some. I don't know what else I have planned. I have things made, but I don't know what to do with them. Let's think. I need some chapstick. Somebody's texting me. I want to see if it has to do with that. No. Oh, she saw my message, so she's active. So let's see if she responds. Next, should I do like the waffles, eggs, and bacon stuff, or should I do the pasta stuff? Because I feel like you could do similar things with the two different ones. Where's my pasta? Oh, here's the pasta. Is this the pasta? This is pasta. My pasta stuff. She said, I will have to check on Monday with them. We might have some coming back in stock, but I would need to check first. So I don't know yet. How about I let you know my next live, I'll let you know. Just ask me then. Yes, Hero Arts is under the Spellbinders umbrella. Yes, the eggs and waffles, huh? Everybody's going to have a different opinion. Let me tell you some of the things I was thinking of.
Supposed to do a survey?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't know what I was thinking of doing. One thing would be, where is my, okay, this is hilarious. You just touch this and he just starts, where did my Christina Warner set go? Here we go. One simple card I thought about doing is, you know this spinner I put this on? I have them linked below. I thought I would do like an egg on a spinner. He's holding his coffee, and then stamp underneath it, "You're exceptional," and just have a very simple card with that. And you could put him on a spinner or on an action wobbler. But sometimes I think simple cards like that It needs to be on a color so the white doesn't get lost. But simple cards like that can be very effective. You could actually put, well, no, his legs get lost. Maybe on off-white. I'm just looking at some scraps I have here. So you could put him, gets lost on that too, on a oval die cut with your exceptional underneath it, and it'd be super fast. Am I using Altenew? I might unless I run out of steam. I'm hoping to not run out of steam. If I don't run out of steam, I will do a, finish up some things from the other day when I went live. But I don't know if I'm gonna, I should be okay. I'm doing okay so far. But we'll see. Let me see. I might look at this. This is the, oh, come on, Jennifer. What is it? Not Dahlia, one darker. Wild Berry, no? Yes, Wild Berry. So for this, I used Wild Berry for the little coffee mug. Waffles as food are as gross? Wow. Okay. There you go. There we go. Okay, see how cute this would be? I would white heat emboss the Your Exceptional, which is from the Christina Werner set. Your Exceptional, and this is the Spellbinders set. Let me trace in the eyes. I like that red, that wild berry color a lot. There we go. I just colored in a little bit there. So I would make him either spin or shake. I'm just going to show that. Oh yeah, postage collage would be fun too. And then do like an embossing folder in the background. Some of these ones that are just like variations of things I've already created, I don't think I'll share again. Ooh. I'm gonna do this real quick. I will take white. I'm gonna use the new Petite Tufted embossing folder because I think it's fantastic. And then, got a mess. The spinners are from Simon Says Stamp. They're linked below. They're back in stock, which is exciting. So you can find them there. Where is the D plate? Okay. Run this through my die cut machine. I love this folder. It's so pretty. Here we go. Look at this. Look at the detail of that. Isn't that amazing? Oh, I love that. And they had, I don't know if they even have the tufted, the original one. It was a bigger pattern, but I really like this mini. So I would just put this on here. So there's some interest in the background. White heat emboss this sentiment. And either add him with a shaker or a spinner. Or not a shaker, wobbler. Oh, let me show you another idea. Look at that. Look how cute that is. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Do something with this. These are the, what somebody just asked me. Oh dear. I'm trying to think of too many things at once. Can you, oh, these are the essential ovals. Let me show you the difference. This is the modern oval set. There's a bunch in this proportion. This is the essential oval set. See how these are longer, like taller and longer, which is cool. But I use these more, the essential ones more, because they're proportioned for an A2 card panel, but you could use either. These look really good kind of offset there. So you could do like an offset little thing. So modern is the long one. Essential is the regular. These are all Spellbinders except for that sentiment. I'm going to show you how to use these in another way. This won't take very long. Let's first white heat emboss our little sentiment. Again, this is Your Exceptional from Christina Werner's Breakfast Buddies set. So I'm mixing two companies together here. I have Spellbinders and Christina Werner. And these are all linked below in the YouTube description. So he'll be like right there, and the sentiment will be like right there. So I will do white heat embossing, so I need to use my anti-static powder tool first. I just do a little brush with it. Then I will stamp that with, I don't know where my Gina K, oh here it is. I have my Gina K clear embossing ink pad. Any clear embossing ink pad. Look how dirty I got it. Bad, Jennifer. Doesn't matter. Still works great. Do I hear something?
No.
Okay, there we go. So I'll stamp that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. I'm trying to put things away as I go. Let's add some white embossing powder. Oh, Yana. Some of the cards that I showed at the beginning were from Yana. I asked for permission, and I'm going to spoil her rotten. She works for Spellbinders, and she has been for years and will always be one of my absolute favorite card makers. She is so, so good. And she is best with die cutting. So she had a lot of great examples. I kind of have a mess here. She has a lot of great examples from the pasta line, and I showed some of them at the beginning. But I did link to her to her Instagram below, because she's got a lot of those cards on there. I didn't do so good with my anti-static, but it's fine. Good enough. When I have a sentiment that's fine like this, or really any sentiment, I like to heat from the back side because I feel like it melts the powder better. Yana has been in Ukraine for a long time now. Through the whole war, she's been there. Yeah, Yana's cards are fantastic. She's so good. So she's in Ukraine. Okay. So I like to heat from the back side. So I got my heat gun warm, and I keep it moving. I don't want to overheat it. But by heat setting from the back side, I find you get smoother results with your embossing powder. Sometimes it's worth the time, sometimes it's not. It's up to you. Favorite white embossing powder? I have a few. This is Gina K White Detail. It's the one that I grabbed. But I will tell you, a lot of people swear by, and I also really like too, the Brutus Monroe Alabaster. It's bright white. Okay, so there we go. Just using an eraser to remove the anti-static powder tool. Now this is going to go on the front there, and I want him to go right about there. So he's standing right above. This is another, I have so many packs of these. Need other halves. There we go. So I'm going to use one of these again. Before I showed you how to use one of these to slide, now we're going to use it in a little different way. Very easy. Yesterday or the day before live, you said never clean your stamps with alcohol. Yes. Rubbing alcohol, according to the stamp manufacturers, is not a good thing for your stamps. Rubbing alcohol is not. The only thing that I use rubbing alcohol for is for cleaning stencils or embossing folders, which I only ever clean if I use ink in them. Hold on, I'm looking for a little circle die here. Let me see if this little guy is big enough. I might have to test him out. No, yeah, I'll test him out. So rubbing alcohol is great to use on stencils, but to clean stamps, don't use rubbing alcohol. According to the manufacturers that I've talked to, it could damage your stamps over time. To clean your stamps, use just water, like a wet cloth. Or if you really need to clean, get a stamp cleaner, like Ultra Clean from Hero Arts. This is what I use when I need to give a good bath to any stamps or to my grip mats. What yellow did I use for my pasta? I believe I used Gina K Sweet Corn, which I don't know if she makes anymore, and Spellbinders beeswax. The beeswax is great. There you can see the beeswax there. Okay, I want my egg to be right here. So right behind his head, I'll place a little circle die. I'm hoping this one's big enough, and I'll run that through. So we're gonna have a little hole in this panel. Yeah, that was an Altenew eraser, but any would work. Rubbing alcohol will dry out your stamps and crack them. That makes sense. I do not dilute the rubbing alcohol in the spray bottle. I have a spray bottle that is for alcohol for cleaning stencils, and I have the same spray bottle labeled water that I use to clean like my stamps and things off for quick clean. This is the Spellbinders Mighty Mister bottle, which I love, and that's something else you could get today if you're trying to get the free gift. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's see. Looks like it's big enough. I'm putting a snap onto here, and it'll spin. Okay, so this is the snap and slides that I showed earlier. There's two pieces, a front and a back. You put one behind a hole, and then pop the other on. If you listen, you'll hear it snap. Hold on. There you go. I showed earlier how to make one of these, and it'll be in, you can rewind. I made one of these a bit earlier. Mary Ann, I'm going to put a link in the chat. Make sure you read the fine print on that. You may have had like a subscription or something in there, which doesn't work for. So I just put that in the chat. Okay, so I put one of those snap and slide spinners on here, just as a hole, just inside of a hole instead of a guide. Now on here, I'll put some adhesive. Normally I would probably use Gina K Connect liquid adhesive, but it would take longer to dry because you're taping onto plastic. So instead, I'm just gonna use tape that dries right away. The free gift today is from Spellbinders. It's a great one. It's a set of the craft stacks. I talked about them at the beginning, about how they come and what I like about them. And if you spend $100 and use my code, you can get the stacks, which is a great deal. I know not everybody's shopping right now, but when I told them I was going to go live with these products, they offered it, and I thought, hey, it works for it's a great way to save. You need to add the stacks to your cart and then use the code. There you go. The description's right at the top of the YouTube. Or I'm sorry, how you get the free gift is at the top of my YouTube description. It says you put $100 in your cart, then you use the code, and the free gift will add to your cart. If it's not, you might want to try adding it to your cart, and it'll be $0. Okay, so I put adhesive on the top of that little spinner, and now I'll place that on it. So now he will kind of wiggle a little bit, which I think is fun. So we have some different options, and I'm going to go through them all, but first let me glue this down. Let me finish my card. Oh, look at that. I put things away. That's shocking. I'm going to use some foam tape here. And I just don't want to get in the way of the snap and slide, because if you get in the way of it, it just won't move as much. If you use the code, it adds it automatically if you have the right things in your cart. Yep, so people are using it. You just can't use it on clubs. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you don't have to add it to your cart. There is a description that Spellbinders gave me on that live page that I will put right into the chat right now. If you go to that page, right there is the exact wording that Spellbinders gave me, so it should work. Okay, now let me show you this. I'm gonna put this, so see the foam tape is all around. And then I will place it right at the center of this. And it's easy to place in the center of this because I'm following the tufted pattern. I think do I want it right in the center? Yeah, I want it right in the center. Put it right about there. Isn't that cute? So now he kind of moves around. He could spin if you want him to, because I didn't put like a pendulum on it, but I like him just wiggling. So on this one, I use that Spellbinder, or I'm sorry, the Simon Says Stamp spinner underneath it, and it'll spin like crazy. On this one, I use one of the snap and slides, and it's really just more about the movement of it, right? When you take it out of the envelope, they'll see the movement right away. On this one, I use the wobblers, the action wobblers, so you can see how they shake and they also flatten and pop up when you take them out of the envelope. So that's another movement option. And then you can use the snap and slides for a slider. So I just wanted to show you different ways you can use them. So on this one, I just use one snap and slide in a hole, and it gives you that kind of spin and wiggle. On this one, I used 2 snap and slides, one behind each, and I used it on a track. All right, so there are many ways to do this. Now again, if you don't have snap and slides, I think they're fantastic because they're easy to use. You can make your own effect by doing 2 circle die cuts and a small circle foam in between, or glue a little button in between. Yeah, see, everybody's got a favorite, right? They're all fun. It's fun to have different options. Like, I didn't really want him to spin around a ton. So just putting him like this gives it movement, and it'll stand up great on display. So it's good to have options. So this, I got some glue on there. I'll put right onto the front of a card base. I don't think I want a mat on it. I think I just want to put it right onto a card base. You're exceptional. That is hilarious. So let me glue this on here. Yeah, I think the eggs are cute. Also, what I probably will do off screen is put some glossy accents on the yolk, just so it's a little shiny. I think that'll be nice. I could have done a matte oval, use one size oval bigger from that set, oops, to have a mat around that oval, but sometimes I think simple is best. So I'll put this down, and look how cute that is. Oops, there we go. And he just wobbles. And this is from the Have a Brunch set. This is from Christina Werner's Breakfast Buddies. And this is Spellbinders. This is Spellbinders Petite Tufted Embossing Folder. And the oval is Spellbinders Essential Ovals. I think it's Essential Oval. Is that what it's called? Watch it. I might be saying the whole thing wrong. Mike said yes. So there you go. Another thing you could do the exact same card. I would change up the background color probably, maybe on a white oval. And do Don't Go Bacon My Heart. Mike loves, he loves puns. So a lot of different things you could do. But remember also, this is the oval, or I'm sorry, the egg and the waffle and the bacon are from the brunch stamp set, or die set from Spellbinders. Where is it? It's called Let's Do Brunch. So this is the Let's Do Brunch die set, and it allows you to create a bacon, a waffle, a mimosa or champagne, and an egg, and lots of different things that you can add onto it. It also has, I'll show you this. You can take this sentiment here. Yeah, this is the one I would like. I'll cut it from white. That has this banner and has 3 sentiments that you use with your die cut machine. You just run it through like a regular die. I'm centering my sentiment right at the center of my banner. And we'll run that through. And it has Let's Do Brunch, Happy Brunch Day, or Thanks a Brunch, which I like a lot. And I'll show you. It's really cool. See how You can trace in the inside like I showed you before with a thin black pen if you want it to stand out more. But I think that's cool. So you can put some of the other guys. Let's see. Let's get a color panel here. I don't know that I like any of those colors. How about craft? So you could put, you know, you need another egg here. Or you could put them in a line. I already glued my egg over there, but you could put all of these in a line and have the egg there and do thanks a brunch. You could put them all in any kind of movement, lots of different things. All right. So this does not have a stamp set to go with it. The Spellbinders die set does not have a stamp set to go with it. It has these sentiments included in the die set. However, they have a bunch of like cocktail stamps and dies at Spellbinders, and I bet some of those would work with the mimosa. And by the way, this set you can skip the faces if you want, and skip the arms. So you could take this glass here, skip the face, and make it like two of them clinking together for like an anniversary wedding card. Okay. All right. So there we go. That's cute. Simple and cute, right? So just some different options for movement. I think these little critters are fun moving. This dancing bacon. You know what? That would be cute with the fork. This fork is from the pasta set, but you can put him in the hand of the bacon. That's cute. So you can mix and match a lot of these too. And look at, you have arms and legs in here and different orientations, like to hold something or whatever. Those you can also use those little legs and add them to other die cuts. Say you have a flower die cut. If you put little arms and legs on it, it makes it cutesy instead of like more traditional. So you can definitely use those with other things. All right, so there we go. The waffle. Look at the waffle holding his cup of hot chocolate. Oh my gosh. Let me trace in the face there. I'm going to use a thicker pen and see if I like that better. Excuse me. All right, excuse my head. There we go. I used a thicker black pen on this one. You could do thin or thick, it doesn't matter. But there, now he has you can see his face a little bit better if you want to. It's up to you. You can also here's some of the Google eyes. You can also do big or small Google eyes. A bunch here. Let's try one. What am I? Pickup tool. Here we go. Let's try. Oh, that's kind of cute. With the big eyes. Look at him. Oh my gosh. Looks kind of like SpongeBob SquarePants. Not that that's a good thing. Okay. And there's little eyes here. So you can cover up the little wink eyes that they have with little Google eyes if you want. Or use little gemstones too. Those are fun. This might be really cute with big eyes. Let's try big eyes. Let's try really big eyes. That's hilarious. You could do, I usually only use penny. I don't usually use pennies for sliders. I use them for pendulums. If you want to make sure something just swings without rotating around. So you could have used it as a pendulum behind this egg, and that would keep them from rotating. I did that on Friday's live, so you can check that out. All right, so that is the, let's do brunch. I think I'm gonna move on to the next thing because I just wanted to show you a quick example, but you could put any of the critters on there. It is cute with the Google eyes. Is it googly eyes? I don't know. The waffle looked toasted. Drunk waffles. Come on, the bacon. He needs to be on an action wobbler because he's dancing. You know what this would be cute with? I'm sure there's a stamp set somewhere that has little music notes that you could stamp around it to make it look like he's dancing. And, or you can even draw music notes. That would be easy to do. All right, so that's that. Oh, I have tape all over me. I could do something with the pasta. I could do something with the pasta. Or, it's 3:30. I also have the Altenew I can finish. Let me just see what I got here. Look at him. He's running with an olive. I'm just crazy about these. There we go. How about those critters together? They could all be on some sort of movement, or maybe one of them, maybe like just make him wiggle. Or these can all be in a line. I did like how Yana had, on one of her cards I showed at the beginning, she did a sentiment right there. Oh, look at these. These are cute too. Let's think here. And then there's that embossing folder. Look at that. No, somebody asked earlier, did these die cuts line up with the embossing folder? No, this is like a smaller print to be used as a background. I know there's other stamp sets that have tomato sentiments. The garlic kills me. Oh yeah, it would be fun. So many possibilities, said Greedy Cat. Mike liked that. Okay. A peekaboo card would be fun. The spaghetti wiggles the most, yeah. Should I do, let me think. You know what would also be fun? Like the fork stuck into the meatball with some pasta kind of coming around off of it. Like wrapped around the fork. There's so much you could do with this. That'd be kind of cute like that. So it's just like sticking up. Let me think. The Google eyes would be great on the tomato or the garlic. Yeah, I think so too. Let's find the Google eyes. It's only 11:36 there. I have time. Yeah, well, I'm old. And I was up a lot last night. Look at, oh wait, no, let's put him on the tomato. I think he'd be cute on the tomato. Oh, for pity's, this reminds me of Veggie Tales. Anybody watch? Colin used to watch Veggie Tales all the time. It was a great show. I don't know if they're still around or not. Okay. Yeah, Mike loves the puns. There we go. There's the garlic. These actually, all of these look cute with the Google eyes. The elbow pasta, let me put some on him. I'm trying to think of what I can do with this. These also you could make slide. Like this guy looks like he's running. Look at him with his eyes like kind of hanging off the top of the pasta. Oh, Lawn Fawn has tomato sentiments. Yeah, that's one of the things. There's a great sentiment set here for the pasta. But like if you want to use the tomato by itself, look at some of your other companies and see how you can mix and match things together. Somebody said, yeah, Lawn Fawn's got puns for everything you can imagine. So I know they have puns for cheese and for tomatoes. It's a good idea. But from the stamp set, Stay Saucy, my favorite is More Spaghetti, Less Upsetty. I love that. Let me see what that would look like. Oh, you know what would be fun? Where's my hairbrush? It's a great song. Mike, can you show the one Yana did with a plate of spaghetti? It's a round plate.
Oh, yeah.
No, not that one. That one's good too, though, but the other one. That uses those ovals I've been using.
Let me see.
There you go. See that one? That would be fun on a spinner. So like the plate will rotate. Wouldn't that be fun? And that says More Spaghetti, Less Upsetty on it. And I like how she curved it. So, I mean, I could make that, but I think it's self-explanatory. And I could instead go on to some other things. What do you guys think? Should I do something with all these? I love that on a plate. And she made it look less cutesy. See, she didn't put the focus on the eyes. Trinity does have cheese puns that are great. Oh, this is so cute. Okay, you can come back here. Spinning pasta, yeah, that'd be cute. I do like this meatball. Somebody had a pizza set a long time ago. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just catching up on this stuff. Deborah, I do have some clear cards from Altenew that I hope to finish on. Okay, I'll move on because I think these are self-explanatory, right? If you do it like this, I would probably just white heat emboss there at the center. Actually, no, I lied. I would use this embossing folder. I'll just do it real quick on that craft, and then I would put a sentiment strip in white. Let me just do this embossing folder because it's fun, and then I'll move on. Because I have a set at the end of this live. I have a pasta set to give away. The 2 die sets and the embossing folder. And the stamp set, I think. I think I've got all that. All right, so let me run this through. But remember, yeah, to create the circle plate, you just use 2 circle dies. That's easy to do. But remember, a lot of these examples are like examples of using these products you can find on the Spellbinders website. So if you, like, for example, want to see how to use the tomato, go to that die set, and underneath will be a bunch of images. Okay, so this, what I would do is like this. Doopy-doo-doo. I kind of like the craft in the background. It kind of changes things up a little bit. Maybe I like that. There we go. That's probably what I would do. And then white heat emboss, or no, sorry, stamp with black on a white sentiment strip. More spaghetti, less upsetty. Isn't that cute? I love that. The paper sander, I get mine at Simon Says Stamp.
Yeah, I'm adding it.
Yes, the coffee cup is in the brunch set. Okay, I can't get over the garlic, how cute he is. So you could do the exact same design, but use like the garlic, the tomato, the meatball with some spaghetti on them, and a cheese. And you can add the legs if you want. You don't have to. And you could like put a little olives and basil leaves around him. And for that, you could do like Stay Saucy. I think that's cute. You know what else would work with the ones I showed you? Where is it? With You, Life's Never Plain Pasta. That would work great with this too. So cute. But here you can see look at the text, the dimension of that embossing folder. See how this sticks up more than this? So you get a really heavy amount of dimension there. Yeah, so I think I would do that. I would put these guys on here and maybe make one of them wobble. Maybe make, there we go. I would do more, I'll do more spaghetti, less upsetty, stamped on black on a white heat sentiment strip there, and put him on an action wobbler so he pops out more and wiggles. That's what I would do. All right, but I'll finish that off screen because I know people would like to see the other stuff. So that was all Spellbinders. Well, most of it was Spellbinders. So remember, first of all, Spellbinders has a BOGO sale right now. It's a huge category. There are a ton of products in it, and it's buy one, get one half off. I have it linked in the YouTube description below. Then also, they have a special offer for my friends. If you spend $100, you get a free craft stacks, set of craft stacks, which are what you see me use all the time. All right, come back here, Mike.
The spaghetti die is the Ciao.
The spaghetti die is from the I think it's the Pasta Friends dies. Let me see. I like that whole collection where you get both the die sets, the stamp set and the embossing folder. There's a collection for that. Down below it says bundle. But the spaghetti, everything I used on that card I just held up is from the Pasta Friends die set. It's in the description below. Oh, there's a sentiment that says time to carb load and celebrate. That's good too.
There's lots of possibilities.
Lots of possibilities. And they've got lots of great examples on here. Lots of them. Some are simpler too if you want simpler. But there is, so you can buy each of those separate or you can buy the big bundle with all of it. It says bundle in big letters underneath in the YouTube description so you can find it. It's the Buon Appetito Want It All bundle. That has all the pasta stuff. Okay, so the free gift with $100 using my code is a pack of craft stacks. You get 1 big and 2 of the medium. And you also, if in the US, if you spend $100, you also get free shipping. Stacy, I will do more with pasta. I've made probably 50 rainbows since Black Friday. That's been my go-to therapy lately. Okay, so that Spellbinders, all that information is below. Now, where is my Altenew? Remember I said, Mike, I don't want to lose that Altenew. Okay. So on Tuesday, I went live with Altenew. All right, and if you look at the YouTube description below, towards the top of the list, it says Altenew products. If you click that, it'll open all the supplies that you probably will see me using. And then also under Altenew products, there's another link, and that is a link to that live. It says YouTube next to it. So underneath the words Altenew products in my supply list below, there's a link to all the supplies that I use on that live, and also a link to that live. So what happened is I went live on Tuesday and I didn't get time to finish all my cards, so I thought I'd finish them today. All right, so I will show you that. But again, most of what you're seeing here from this Altenew stuff is from the live I did on Tuesday. So I will show you some things from it, but a lot of it's already done. Let me just find my way here. In that live on Tuesday, I showed how, you don't want to look at me, how to make these hydrangea card panels. And I showed you how to do, see how these flowers are flat and these are textured. And I showed how to do that in the live on Tuesday. So if you want to see these, those are for my Tuesday live. So everything I did up to now was mostly Spellbinders. I'm switching gears because this is like a Sunday crafternoon kind of thing. And those hydrangeas were made using the Blooming Hydrangea products from Altenew. So that was from the live Tuesday. So if you missed Tuesday, you'll definitely want to catch that live. Then I made a clearish card. Oh, man down. This is the Majestic Rose stencils, and I made this using that stencil set. Now this stencil set actually creates 2 flowers that fill a card panel. I showed how to change it so it only did 1 flower on this little angle piece. And this was in my live on Tuesday also. And I showed how I made this clear bottom on the front of the card so that when it stands on your table on display, it's like floating. Okay? See how it opens there? And you can write up here. And I showed how I did the little yellow dots there. It's with the Letterpress. And there's the inking. I also showed a trick here for getting a colored background with the yellow flower. By the way, if you're considering the Letterpress, that's a good time to get the Letterpress system is now at Spellbinders because you get a free gift at $100. It's just a thought. So that was from that live. Let's see. This is the other thing that I wanted to show people. Oh, this was from the live. These buttons, this button background. And I used pearl relief paste in the center. And you just add a You're So Amazing. There's another You're So Amazing if I don't run out of energy I can do today. But let's look at this. I had talked about, I have to find the products. Let me see here. I have a tray here where I keep stuff. And I need another tray. Here we go. Just a moment. I have to find some stuff here. All right. My strawberries. Here's my strawberries. Okay, so these are from Altenew. And this is the Strawberry Patch layering die set. I didn't get a chance to make this card in the live. I had prepped all these pieces ahead of time off screen, but I never got to make the card on the live. So I thought I'd try to make it today. But the design that I'm going to do could work with a lot of different products. All right, so I like the Strawberry Patch die set. It's a keyhole design. So if you have not used keyhole designs, I've used them a lot in videos, it allows you, Altenew does this, and it allows you to know where to line up pieces because it cuts a little tiny shape at the center of a die cut. And if you line up the holes on each die cut, you know how to line it up well. Well, they have in this strawberry set two ways you can arrange your strawberries. One is this big arrangement that looks like this. And another is a smaller arrangement that looks like that. And I decided to use that. Somebody just asked a question. Can you roll back a little bit? No, it went by it just went by. Hold on, guys. I saw something. That's it?
Yeah. Well, this is the...
No.
Questions.
No, go back to the feed and just scroll up a little bit. That's not it. There's another one. No.
Question.
Darn. Wait. No. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Oh, where's the sew set from? The sew set is from Altenew. It's a bundle with a bunch of products. And the bundle is called Stitched with Love. I'll show you some more of it in a moment, but the buttons and the sewing sentiment was from a bundle from Altenew called Stitched with Love. And I will put a link to this supply list and this video in the chat. So you can open up that supply list there if you want to. It says Altenew products. Open up that supply list and you'll see the Stitched with Love bundle there. But let me finish this strawberry because I wanted to do this card where there's a clear bottom to it, but it's clear on the back too. So it's like a floating diagonal bit. So just stick with me and we'll do that, okay? All right, so I thought I would do this design that's on the packaging with the strawberries up in the corner, but have the angled element on it, okay? So let's try it. I gotta think about it some because I haven't put any thought into this at all, which is probably a bad idea seeing as how I'm getting hungry. All right, I like this angle here. So what I'll do is I'll cut something similar with my trimmer. All right, so I'm gonna try to eyeball it. So I'm going to cut from like here down to here. This really doesn't matter, but I liked what I got here, so I want to get something similar over here. So I want to cut from like there at a diagonal down to right about there. And this is a folded note card, top folding folded note card, 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. So I just cut that angle first. Now I want it to be cut here at a 40 or at a 90-degree angle. So I'll put this along that flat edge of my card or of my trimmer, and I'll cut like that. So now I've got, oops, sorry, that was unpleasant. I've got that angle. Close to the same. It doesn't have to be the same. I just wanted that look. All right, now, next, this is scraps. Now on here, well, first let's make our card base. Again, I want this to be clear on the bottom. So I have 2 pieces of clear acetate. Now, as far as what acetate you can use here, you want something strong, like you don't want flimsy. You don't want like the plastic that our stamps and dies come in, right? You want something thicker. I do need water. Hey, Mike, will you give me a LaCroix, please? Thank you, thank you. You want something a little bit thicker, kind of like the thickness of the acetate our stamp sets come on. I buy that acetate. You can look for it in recycling, but I buy the acetate. This happens to be PINKFRESH. Simon Says Stamp has great acetate. Hero Arts has great acetate. I recommend if you're going to buy acetate, you might as well buy the acetate that, Oh, okay, Lauren, I'll fix that. Thank you. When Mike gets here, I'll have him fix that. If you're going to buy acetate, I recommend buying heat-resistant acetate. The reason is it's going to be heavyweight, and you can heat emboss on it if you want to. So we could actually heat emboss on this bottom here if we wanted to, but I'm not going to do that right now, okay? You could if you wanted to. But I do recommend getting acetate that is heat resistant. Simon Says Stamp or PINKFRESH. Those are the 2 that I usually use. Okay, so I have 2 pieces of acetate here. And they should be 4 1/4 inches wide already. Yep, they are. So they're each 4 1/4 inches wide. One is going to go on the back and one is going to go on the front. Now they don't have to be 5 1/4 inches tall. Yeah, I'm going to cut them a little bit shorter. I'm going to just cut them to be 4 1/2 inches tall. So it's 4 1/4 wide, 4 1/2 inches tall. Let me get a colored card panel to use as a guide. Okay, I'm using some bright purple cardstock here as a guide. Okay, that it really doesn't matter what color. This is my guide because I want to glue the acetate onto this and fit in this framework. This right here is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. That's the size I want my final card to be. You can't even see that. So I'm going to put this up here. So this is my folded note card that I just made. And I'll put it up here at the top. And I'm going to put a magnet on that so it stays put. Thanks, Mike. Oh, that's good. Limoncello LaCroix. Okay, so it's just laying on this purple as a guide. Now, I'll take my Altenew glue tape, and I'm going to put glue on the front here. And I'll take one of my acetate pieces and lay it down so it lines up down here. Does this make sense? Tell me if this makes sense. So what you'll have is a piece of acetate stuck here on the front of the card. Don't worry, I'll make it look pretty later. Oh, I should do that now. Un momento, por favor. I know that's not correct. I think it's my phone. I don't know why it's making noise. Forgot to do something. We need to cut panels at that same angle. Okay, sorry. I'm going to take this. This is just a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch panel, and I'm going to hold it on the front here and cut along that angle. I need a panel to glue over the acetate when we're done. It's easier to cut this to be the same by holding it here. I'm going to do that twice. Sorry, I didn't do that already. So this is my folded card that we cut at the angle randomly, right? I'm going to take a piece of white cardstock and just hold it up in that top edge and cut along that same. So these pieces that I'm cutting now will glue over the acetate so it's sandwiched between. So stick with me, Okay. Hey, today is easy compared to Black Friday. That was a long, long day. Okay, so now
Heavyweight vellum, did you say?
Simon says stamp vellum.
Just the normal vellum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, also somebody a little bit back, it's a longer message in capital letters. It says, on your last few lives in PINKFRESH and Altenew, if I click on visual supply list, they're all the Concord and Ninth visual supply list.
Oh, yeah, I answered.
Did you fix that?
No, that's the.
You got to scroll down.
More supplies.
Okay, yeah, that's something we're working on fixing. We're working on that. The acetate where you peel the film off the two sides is the PINKFRESH that I like. I featured that in my live on Thursday. Okay, so now back to this. 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch panel. I have my funky looking note card here. I'm going to hold up to the top. That purple is just a guide. Now, oops. Make sure it's there. Okay, I'll put tape on the front here of this white, and this is where I tore off before. I'll put my acetate so the bottom of the acetate lines up with the bottom of the purple. Oh, man down, man down. Ah, I gotta clean it now. No worries, I'll clean that off. I'll show you how to clean that off in a moment. So now, the acetate is on the front of my card, and this is 5 1/2 inches tall. Make sense? Now, this I can glue on top of that. So the acetate will be sandwiched between.
Whose acetate is that?
This acetate here, these were scraps, probably PINKFRESH.
Okay.
Because it looks like...
Heat resistant?
Yes, it's heat resistant. So now the acetate on the front of the card is sandwiched between. Don't worry, I'll clean that off in a minute. All right, so now the front of our card has acetate on the bottom. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Okay, so I flip the card over. This is the back of our card. I'll just line it up with the purple. It's easier to see lined up with the purple than the acetate. Put some tape on there. Take my second piece of acetate and lay it down to line up with that purple back there. Again, that purple is just a guide. And then adhesive on this side to sandwich that acetate between. I know this seems excessive, but it'll look really good in the end, and that's what we're going for. And when we put cards, so much effort into cards, we want them to look good in the end. Okay, so watch. So when this stands up on display, it looks like it's floating. Let me get something to... So pretend this is a table and you're looking straight on. It'll stand up and it's like floating. Isn't that cool? So I can do anything I want here. I can write any message I want, personal message in here. And you can do your stamped and handmade by Jennifer, don't you dare throw this away on the back. Okay? So if you're confused, I was using Spellbinders before. I used it for almost 3 hours. And then what I'm doing is going back and finishing off some things I showed you in a live on Tuesday. The link to that live is in the YouTube description below. And the link to the supplies for this are there also. I just put those links in the chat if you want to find them. Okay. Now I got a little Goobies glue on my acetate. One of my other frequently used products in my craft room is an alcohol swab. And this is a great way to clean off anything you get on your acetate that you don't want on your acetate, because I use acetate a lot. So I'll just scrub that a little bit more and that will come right off. Okay, there we go. So now we have clear on the bottom on both sides. So on this one, I let a pattern be on the inside. So it's only clear on the front, but on this one, it's clear all the way through. So let's put our strawberries on this. I'm kind of following what Altenew has here. I might change it up because I'm not really sure. I did arrange some strawberries ahead of time, but I didn't think any of this through, so we're just going to wing it. That's what I'm going to do. I like theirs, and if I want to take the guesswork out. Just follow along with what they do. I will say, if you want this big mama, there is the keyhole system die set right here. It tells you exactly which strawberry, hold on, to go on each. You just follow the guide on the inside, and it shows you how to make that exact thing. That's too big for what I want. So I'm going with this piece here, and you can put any strawberries on it that you want. And then we'll put some leaves up there. Handmade stamp by, a stamp that says handmade by Jennifer. I get mine from Bossy Jossie. She is a really good human, and she makes the stamps in her home, and I think that's cool. She'll make anything, but you can get a hand stamped by. She even has some that say like sharing handmade kindness, and it has your name. I gave her permission to use my trademark or whatever. So lots of, she's got lots of things. She's a good person. There are some other places that make them too. I mean, you can't go wrong. Any of the small businesses are great. Okay, so I'm just following them. They did a good job. So why try to figure it out? I will hydrate. Good. Well, you know what? I want mine to hang off the top, and I'll trim it. So I might put a few more leaves in. Oh, that's good, Christy. I didn't know that. They're shipping that. Simon Says Stamp is shipping the class kit for my class in February. That's awesome. I'm excited. I'm going to work on more examples for that class tomorrow. That's my tomorrow day. That's why I've had a hard time finishing off the cards in my lives, taking pictures, putting up blog posts, and changing the thumbnails, because it's like once one live or one thing is done, you got to move on to the next. You know, it's just, sometimes it's hard to keep up. I'm not complaining. It's a gift that I get to do this, but I'm just saying I don't always get things done right away. I think I like that. No, let's see. I think I'm going to, my sentiment, I'll probably use a wide sentiment here, or maybe something along the edge. Let's just add this. I can always add more leaves in if I want to. So let's add this down. This has these little circles, and that's kind of like a put a strawberry here code. Yeah, I'll do that, like that. And then I can put little strawberries on those ends. I made a few of the bigger ones because I liked how pretty those are. So I might put more greenery in there. We'll see. Then there's a few small. Here's the 5 I made. You can make as many as you want. There's lots of different options, but I'll put a medium here. I'll put a big mama here. And then I'll put a big mama here. I think I should have made another small one because he's cute. I'm going to put a medium here. And then a small guy down here. Let's tuck him behind though. A little bit. There we go. Come on. Move. Thank you. Should have used foam circles under some of these, but oh, look at that. Oh, that's so cute. Oh man, I got more glue on it. Then there are these little flowers, and I'm not sure how many I want to use, but here's the thing. I will hold this up so you can see in just a moment. Let me get all the pieces for it first. Okay, so this is the keyhole system. All right. Oh, I'll show you this in a moment. The Simon Says Stamp class is on February 7th. It's a free class on YouTube. And I think it's the 7th. It's a Friday. It's the 6th or 7th. But you can watch it anytime. It'll be on YouTube. You can watch it anytime. There's no homework for that live. You can watch the class and try to create things with what you have. Watch the class, make something with it afterwards with what you have. Or you can buy a kit that's at a really big discounted price that was I curated for the class. And it's going to show you lots of techniques for textures on your card. I've got so many things planned, it's unbelievable. And I spent a lot of time putting together the samples in the class, so we're gonna make a lot. But you don't have, the only thing you have to have for class, if you want to do exactly what I do, is you can buy the kit and then just the supplies that they will tell you to have. But you don't need to cut anything. Okay. Now this is the keyhole system that Altenew is known for. It's hard to see it, but there is a snowman, upside down snowman, die cut at the center of this green piece and the whites. And to get it arranged just right, all I do is put a little adhesive around that little hole on the first one and line up that same shape hole on the next one. It's hard to see on the brown. Let me move it. Try that again. And this is how the keyhole system works on from Altenew, so that you don't have to figure out how to arrange things to get it to look right. Yeah, the kit's great, and the sentiment stamp set alone, I just love in it. It's from CZ Design. Then there's that center one, and then that, you just take the solid die cut and put it on top, and it covers up that hole. And I cut this solid from gold glitter cardstock. I thought a little gold glitter would look nice in the center there. Doopy doop. There we go. So there is our little flower. Now this little flower, I like one up there. I'm wondering if I'm going to want to put more. Is that too much? Let me put them together and we'll see. How about that? So there's that flower had a snowman in it, die cut in the center. This one has little T, like a short little T. And I'll glue those to line up. It even numbers them. There's a little engraved number. So it's really easy to see in real life, especially with your readers, but you notice I don't even need them for this. Oops. And this is what the keyhole system is. The strawberries were easy to line up. Those are pretty basic shapes. So there's another, oh, come on. There's another flower. I could put 2 up there and then 1 here. Let's see about that. Uh-oh, I didn't, oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. This one has a tall T hole cut at the center. Now listen, you could definitely just glue them down however you want. You don't have to follow the system, but for those of us who overthink things, it takes that overthinking out. Wendy's best fries, McDonald's worst. Oh, we're back to French fries. I like this. Friday was all about fries. Okay, so I kind of like this guy down here. No, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not going to glue those flowers down yet. I want to see what else I'm going to do on the card first, right? Because I don't know if they look good there or not. I think I want like a leaf. I'm going to cut this off, but a leaf kind of going farther over. When it's all dry, I'll cut the excess that's hanging off the top. Or I could leave it hanging off the top and put it in a bigger envelope. Kind of like that. This is where Jennifer just goes crazy. So I could put another up here. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Everybody's talking about their favorite fries. I don't know. I have never met a fry I don't like. Do that. We'll see. But I'm going to keep that. I might cut across. I don't know yet. I want some gold to go here. Now, what you could do is, I got to find some. You could do, hold on, let me find it. Oh no. I'll just use this. You could just cut thin strips and have one go here and one go here. But I think I'll do is instead get a frame die. Uh-oh, I gotta find them though. They're still out from my last live. Hang on, I gotta find them. Which live did I use the thin frames, Mike? Probably down here. Okay, I'll never find them. I'll just cut thin strips. I'll show you how I do the thin strips. I cut a few thin strips, and I'm eyeballing it so that they're all kind of the same. You could use a die, but I'm going to cut a bunch of them. And I'll take whatever are close to each other. Okay. See these two, those look close. Yep, okay. I'll line one up here. I do a thin line of liquid adhesive along that edge of the cardstock and glue it right onto the acetate. And then the next one, I'll glue here. And I'm going to do that on all sides of the acetate, so it looks pretty gold on all sides. But I'll just start with that for now. I could do the back right now, actually. So, actually, I'm not going to put any in there for now. Yeah. I don't think I want to right now. We'll just leave it as this. I'm getting glue on here. Remember, you just use liquid or rubbing alcohol and it'll come right off. For now, I'm just going to do the gold there. And for here, I want this to be glued right on here, so it's tucked up a little higher. So let's find two that are similar. Those two are. What I was looking for is Christina Werner has thin frame dies, and I was just going to cut a corner off of a frame die cut and put it here, but this works just as well. I don't know why. All right, so there we go. Isn't that fun? Super easy to do. So now you've got look at that. You know what I should have done? I'll tell you this, because if you make this card, you could put some texture on this, that white panel. I wish I would have used like a press plate or an embossing folder on that. That would have added a lot of interest to this card. But I didn't. I don't know. I'm going to cut this off at the top. I'm going for it. There we go. But I still, now see, I want more over there. There we go. There. That makes me happier. I just cut a little piece of a leaf off and I tuck it up there. I kind of like that coming down. Now see, I would go crazy and I probably add another one. No, I'm going to stop. Okay. Now I have options for a sentiment. You could, it might be cool to stamp a sentiment at an angle. Let's see. Or you could do a sentiment like, here's So Sweet. You could do So Sweet kind of like right there. Or you could even do So Sweet going at an angle. Let's try that. Best thing to do is just experiment. All right. Oh, by the way, I did not add any shading to these die cuts. For some reason, I like using my die cuts solid cardstock. But if you want this to look even more like realistic, you could add shading to it. Just add some darker shading here and there. That's kind of fun. Could do that. Or I really regret not using an embossing folder on the background, but I don't want to take it apart. That would be no bueno. I would use an embossing folder that like has a geometric repeating pattern on it. I think that would be great. The other idea I could do here is do So Sweet and have it kind of like float off the edge. Like that. Shh. Might be really quiet so nobody hears. Card surgery, I want a textured background and it will bother me. So I took that off. Sorry. Let me find an embossing folder. Ooh, what about the tufted one? I could do that. The tufted might be neat. You like the diagonal? Oh, can you vote if you just saw what I did? Should I do the So Sweet on the angle or floating on the shadow? Like straight. So should I do it diagonal or straight? Mike, can you do a poll? All right, give me a second. I gotta find some embossing folders that might be fun. Ooh, this would be good. It might be discontinued. I have some discontinued embossing folders in here, but I like them too much to get rid of them. Let me just look real quick and find something. This might be cool. Luxurious motifs. A stencil would be great with paste. Oh, I like that, but I don't want to take the time to dry. Let's see, I might try. Hold on, I'll be back. Did you put a poll up, Mike?
Yep.
Awesome. Mike put up a poll you can check out. This one looks good. No. I could do a press plate. Ooh, this could be fun. Leaves might be fun. Hold on. I'm almost done, I promise. I have to think for a while. Ooh, Garden Harmony. That's kind of cool. This is kind of a cool embossing folder. Yeah, a trellis would be nice, for sure. Yeah. You like the lattice one?
At an angle.
At an angle.
Yep.
Let's see if enough of the lattice would show. First of all, I need to recut this white piece. And yes, I'm going to have to take off my strawberries. And yes, I'll probably hurt them, but we'll figure it out. So I'm recutting this white piece. You know, I could have just left it, but this is how I roll. Yeah, the rubbing alcohol on acetate is really good. Sometimes I think you can also use like window cleaner. I don't know. Let me see how this would look in there. I'm not sure because the angle of the lattice is different unless I put it in at an angle. Oh, I could do that. It's going to be visually hard. I think something that isn't repeating is better. Let me try this funky leaf one. I don't know that I'll like that. There's one more leaf one. Hang on, sorry. This is how I work. Oh, there's brick. What about this one? This is floating. Oh, there's hosta. The angle of the lattice would not work well with the angle of that I cut. It just didn't work well. Basket weave would be great if I could find it. This is the curving leaves. It'll just be a leaf pattern. Let me just see. All right. I know I overthink. All right. Swiss dots would be good too. All right. Oh, there. So see, it's just leaves. I think I'm going to do that. I don't know. I like it. I'm going with it. There we go. Okay, so let's put this back together. I'm also going to move my strawberries over a bit. I thought they were too far to the left. I think I'm going to move them a bit over so there's not as much white here. Where did we decide? Did we vote on Mike's upstairs getting something? But did we? Oh, the burlap press plate would be good too. Mike, did we do a poll? He's run away. Did we do a poll on that, Mike? Did we do a poll on
Straight or angled?
Yeah.
Angled.
Angled, okay. Now I've got to try to remove these because I have issues. Let's give it our best. If I hurt something, I can always, it's just paper. So I'm just lifting these off. If I can get this piece off, I have more leaves I could probably use. Okay, good enough. Okay, so this, I want it to be a little more over. Like that. See how it, like that. Does that make sense? And now I'll put leaves above it. So it fits better in that little nook. Hoping this is enough glue. I might have to go back and squirt some under it later. Like kind of over a bit. Like that. Now I feel better. Now let's put leaves in there. Let's take some of these off. Let's get the picture out of what they did that I liked. What is Mike eating? I think he's having leftover beef stroganoff from last night. There we go. That. Now I need a big mama at the top. Yeah, a palette knife would work to remove that stuff too. And I'm gonna not have it go up to the top. I'll put a flower on there, which I'll like in a minute. I think I went overboard on the leaves last time, so I'm gonna want the other color. I have 2 shades of green cardstock here, and I'm trying to mix them a bit. Like that. And now a little flower. So we were gonna do So Sweet at an angle, but I just put all the strawberries there, but I still could. So there we go. So like that. Yeah, that's good enough, right? I'm gonna move these over just a little bit. I will go back and move and put some liquid adhesive under these to really make them stick when I'm done. No overkill this time. Oh, I overkill everything. That's what I do. This is my passion and my job, and I want to get it just right. You're worried this sentiment won't fit? I'm going to make it fit. It's going to go right there, right along that gold. Yeah, it is more balanced. It was funky before. It's because I didn't really plan out everything beforehand. I usually would have my sentiment. Now, okay, what I did here that threw me off is I usually know what sentiment I want to use, and that way I could get a balanced design, but I didn't, and that was my fault. Oh, this sentiment is from one of my favorites from Altenew. I think this was on my crafty gift guide, in fact. It's the Stylish Greetings. Overkill girlfriend. Yeah, well, I tend to be this way about a lot of things, except picking up stuff. I really like to have a picked up house, but it just doesn't seem possible. Because I work a lot, I don't know, and I play a lot. Oh well. Oh my heavens, isn't that sweet? Let me see, do I want it down here, or up here, or in the middle? I could do so sweet. So sweet. Should I do 2 so's or 1 so? Let's see what it looks like. Let's look at another so sweet. I could also do like a little stamped your. Yeah, I'm not a perfectionist about everything. Ask Betsy. She sees me at Pilates. There's no perfection there. Okay. I could do so sweet. No, I like 1. I'm going to go with so sweet, and I'm going to put it right there. Oh, that's cute. Now, my question is, should I do, while I glue down so sweet, should I do 1 flower or 3? I would never do 2, but I could do like 2 up here and then 1 like tucked under something. I think 1. I think I'm just going to do the 1 right there. Oh. And tuck this one. Should I do 1 or 3 flowers? Mike, can you do a poll? These are important, life-changing questions. Oh yeah, ... would be cute too. And there are lots of companies that have sentiments that could work with this too. Christina's got that Breakfast Buddies. There was a greeting in that Breakfast Buddies I used of hers earlier that was a berry sentiment that you could probably put on the inside. Okay, so they're so sweet. Gosh, that's cute. And I would probably like put one of these underneath somewhere. Ooh, it's wet. Like, let me think. Actually, not down there. I could put it, I don't know. I think 1 is probably better. I think 3 would be overkill. Oh, everybody's saying 3. They're kind of big though. But is that okay? I could put 2 there, and then I'm not sure where to put the other is the problem. It could be, let's see, about like kind of tucked back. No. What do they do in the picture? Oh, they have one down here. I could do that. What about that? There's like a little visual triangle action going on that kind of goes with the visual triangle here. You like that angle. How about that? Let me know if that's good. Mike, can you add stylish greeting to the supply list? I can't believe, how many of you have been here since the beginning? Goodness. Talk about troopers. Yikes. So much. I do need to clean the goopies off this again, but I'm going to wait until I'm all done. Is that good? That's perfect. Thank you. Sold. Okay, I'm going to put these on little dots. I will, again, go back and put adhesive under these because I just messed it up. I'll put 1 there. I like the 2 close together. I always put, when I have 3 of something or embellishments or something, there's always 2 that are touching. It just always happens that way. So those 2 will go there, and then 1 down a floater. The floater right there. Look at that. Isn't that fun? And then you write your personal message in there. And then, hold on, I'll be right back.
3-1. So.
3-1. I did 3. 3 it is. That's okay. Here we go. The red envelope. Isn't that fun? Now see how much interest that texture adds to the background. I mean, I picked a pretty subtle one. That tufted would have been good too. But honestly, the angle that I did was fighting the angle of the other embossing folders. So just doing this leaf one just added, like the random leaf, just added some interest to that background. And you just write your personal message. You could add another little strawberry or little flower or something in here. The code is valid for UK. Let me show you. I will put in the chat right now, and if it won't go, it goes by too fast. I need to pin it. Stop moving. No, I can't catch it to pin. I put in the chat a link. It's at the top of the YouTube description too. It's a link with the word live in it. If you go to that page at the top, it talks about the UK website, because Spellbinders has a UK website for people in Europe. And I believe this time it is good for, the code is good for people in Europe. It always depends on if they have stock over there. And I think she said they have stock over there for it. So I think it's good for it. It says it on that page though. Okay. There we go. The envelopes, colored envelopes. I get them from a few places. This one happens to be a red metallic envelope from Simon Says Stamp. So see how it's like pearlized looking? But just makes the red so much better, you know? So On my live on Tuesday, I did this version where there's some paper showing through, or some background showing through. Here it's floating completely. So when it stands up on display, it's floating there, which I love. The So Sweet So Sweet sentiment is from the Stylish Greetings. It's got appreciate you, thankful for, no, love you, take care, so sweet, and hugs. And Mike added it to the supply list. If you go to that live link that I just put in the chat, you'll see all the thumbnails of the products at the bottom. And you might need to refresh it. It'll show up on there. Okay? Okay, next. I have another, oh, I have a few from that day. You doing okay, Mike?
Yep.
Okay, how about these? Let's do this. Okay, it's currently sold out. The essentials, darn. Is that what's sold out?
People are saying everybody's going to want waffles.
Waffles for dinner. That sounds pretty good, actually.
So who's cooking waffles, bacon, and strawberries and Jennifer?
There you go. It's a good idea. Okay, let's see. I have to find all the pieces because I had them all organized, but now I did one of those. Okay. At the beginning of my live on Tuesday, I used a stencil from Altenew, which I can't remember what it's called. It's this stencil. This is the, let me find it because I know somebody will ask. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, hold on. It is called it's a new stencil. It's called the Serene Lattice Stencil. And at the beginning of my live, I did the paste for it. I just had the piece in my hand. Where'd I put it? I just had it in my hand. Oh, gosh, Mike. I've reached that point. Here it is. I did the Shimmer Relief Paste over the top. This is the Smoky Quartz Shimmer Relief Paste. And in the video, I showed you how you put this down on the pure graphite colored cardstock from Altenew, and you do the paste over it. This is the Smoky Quartz. I really like the Shimmer Relief Paste from Altenew because it is shimmery. It's not glittery. It's not going to rub off or anything. So I did that at the beginning of the video so it would be dry. So that's already been done. I'm kind of doing this card here. On this card example, I did the same stencil, but I did their pearl paste on white cardstock. So it just adds some interest to the background. I love the Shimmer Relief Paste. I think they are fantastic. They're beautiful. This is the same card design. I just did this one with colors, and this one I used just a mix of gold metallics. I just thought that was fun. Okay, so that's what this is here. Next, let's do the card base. Okay, card base. I kept the card base on this very simple. I decided not to do, here it is. I decided not to do any stenciling or anything on this. I wanted to focus on that little area in the center, but you can do stamping or stenciling on this background, but I don't plan to. It'd be fun. Who's here? It'd be fun to do like some stamping just in the corners. Diana said she needs to spend $4 more to get to 100 at Spellbinders. I recommend getting a mini mister if you don't have one. It's the best. Hi, Vicki. It's the best mist bottle. They also have like the snap and slides. You could add those. I'm just thinking of some like inexpensive things, or go look in the BOGO section. Okay, So I have let me show you how I made this card base. This is 8.5 by 5.5. 8.5 by 5.5. And I scored at 2 1/8 of an inch. Okay? 2 1/8 of an inch is just one groove line to the right of 2. Then I scored again at 4 1/4 inches. And I did a little zigzag fold. So that's the front of our card. I had these pieces cut already, but I don't see them in here. That's not frustrating. I don't know where they went. See, this is left over from the other day, so I have issues. Oh well, we'll have to go without. See, I have stacks, craft stacks everywhere. I will have to just try to remember what sizes I did here. I had these pieces prepped, but somehow they all got lost in translation. So let's see. I'm going to cut a piece of white to be this same size. So instead of measuring, this is what I do, watch. I want to cut the white to be the same size. I just hold this in the corner, put it so that the edge of the gray piece is at the trimmer blade, and I cut. Now cut it to the same width. Now hold it to the edge over here and cut the edge again. So now I have these two pieces the same. Then, and that white piece will be this pop-up piece here. This is where you write your personal message, okay? But I also need to make this little pop-up mechanism on the inside. And I have to remember what I used for this. Let me get my ruler out. Mike, are there any questions while I do this? I gotta find my ruler. Here it is. What's the question? I think it's 3/4 inch. Yeah. 3/4 by 2. Okay. So let's see. 1.5, 1.5, 2, 2. 1. So that's 1.5 plus. So it's 5.5. Okay. Sorry. Got to think here. All right. I've got a piece of white cardstock here. I'll answer questions in a moment. Sorry, I got distracted. I have a piece of cardstock here. I think this is what I need. It is 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. Okay, 4 1/4 by 5.5. I will do a score line at 3/4 of an inch, then at 2 3/4 of an inch. And remember, you can always go back and watch this later. So that was 3/4 of an inch, 2 3/4 of an inch, then at 3.5. And so we end up with what looks like kind of like a box from the side when you fold it. It's a giant box, right? We don't need it to be that wide. So what I'll do is just cut a piece off of this. It doesn't really matter how wide. It's about 1.5. I can save this for more because I can make more. This is a pop-up mechanism. So I can save these for another card because I've already got the score lines there, right? So I just have this one here. With those score lines, you get this from the side. Julia, I will do that in a moment. Okay, so I need to put a pop-up mechanism on the inside, and then I need to let it dry. So here's the pop-up mechanism. Looks like that from the side. I'm going to fold it in half so the two ends meet. Okay. So on this flap here, it's a little flap, I'll put liquid adhesive. On this bigger flap on the other side, I'll put liquid adhesive. And I'll put the two ends of those flaps right into the crease of my card. So right into the fold of the Z card. And then I'm going to put, I did that wrong. Yeah, I did that wrong. Did it upside down. Sorry. Joink. You do that again. Liquid adhesive on the big flap on one side, liquid adhesive on the small flap on the other side. And I'm going to put the bigger flap down. That's what I did wrong. And then close the card onto it. Okay? So it's going to pop up like that. Okay, so it pops up like that. But I need to give it some time to dry. Can the Spellbinders Mini Mister do like a half spray? I can't get mine to not flood. Just press it lightly. It should be fine. There was a question somebody asked me. Oh, what releases were there this week that were big? I have to, excuse me while I do this, I need to remove that stick there. I'm just going to put anti-static powder tool. That's from where I messed up. I'm going to put anti-static powder on that for now. Later I'll go back and erase it with an adhesive eraser. Now I can close this. What adhesives were there, or what releases were there this week? There was on Monday was Waffle Flower. This was the week of amazing releases. Monday was Waffle Flower, and I did a live. Tuesday was Altenew, and I did a live. That's what this is. Thursday was Simon Says Stamp, and I did a pre-recorded video. Thursday was also PINKFRESH, and I did a live. And Friday was Concord and Ninth and Christina Werner, and I did a live. And then I think yesterday was Spellbinders, and that's what I used earlier in this video. Okay, so there's the pop-up mechanism now. The big flap got glued there. The little flap got glued there. Sorry I messed that up there. Pretty Pink Posh also had a release. I didn't get to use it, but it's absolutely adorable. Okay, next I'll take this piece, and it's going to get glued just to this front flap. So I'm going to put glue just on the back half of this, not the whole thing, just the back half. So I can glue it to that left flap. I'm just flattening it so it's centered. Okay, so it's going to pop up like that. So half of this looks like it's floating, but I'm going to put something heavy on it while it dries. Yeah, so many great things this week. Oh, did Trinity Stamps have one too? Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, I should have warned you all ahead of time. I think I warned you guys too late. This was just a great release week with so many different things companies came out with. Isn't that fun? So now the pop-up, I want to put a panel here that when you open it, that's where you write your personal message. So that's the one that we cut to be the same size as the one on the front. So on my platform here on the pop-up, I'll put liquid glue, and I'll put that panel in there and flatten it all down. So now see how that panel pops up, and it's hidden behind this on the front. Oh, this coming week is Trinity. Oh my gosh. So many things. Okay. You could also, if you want to, put like an extra little flower right here on the inside of the card that when you close it, you don't see, but when you open it, it peeks out from this. Or you can have it glued to the peek off the back of this, like maybe even just like a leaf. So it comes out floating like that. Or you put it maybe there. So many things you can do. All right, but I'm going to stick with that. Now, let me think. I'm trying to think of what I plan to do. I had something planned for the flower petals, but I can't remember what. Where did my other color one go? Here we go. Somebody's texting me. Let's see. Oh, my friend Kathy is in the Caribbean, and I am painfully jealous. All right. I was thinking about adding texture to these in a certain way, and I can't remember which way it was. I showed you earlier I used an embossing folder to add texture to the hydrangea petals, but I don't remember what I was going to do to these. But I'll show you. I'll just show you some inking with it. So the dyes that I use to create these flowers are the Buttercup. This is the Buttercup Bunch. It's new from Altenew. It's, again, a keyhole design, so you know how to line things up. And I'm going to demonstrate some of the flowers. How would I write on here? I would have written on here before I glued it in. Or you can write on another panel and glue it on top. All right. Oh, I love the Caribbean. I miss it. So you could cut another white panel, maybe a little bit smaller, and just write on it and then glue it on top. But you could also skip the pop-up on the inside. Yeah, they do have these flower ball tools. I could use those, the petal shapers. We can try using those. And we'll do some inking. We'll do a few things. Okay, so this is the Petal Bunch, Buttercup Bunch. And you can make this whole thing, which would fill a card nicely. But I decided, see, it would fill a card nicely. I decided to go with this layout. Again, look at their packaging. They always have great suggestions. I like that layout, and I just put some dimension to it. So that's what we're going to go with. So let's put down the stems and leaves first. You know what? I wonder, you could do, okay, here's the thing. I could do some, these are the petal shapers. Let me just rewind. It comes with a molding pad and these styluses with different sizes. And you use them to put like a curve to your die cuts. Now here's the thing, on these leaves, Mike, can you add the petal shapers to the supply list? For the Altenew supply list. Remember that the products I'm using right now are not listed in the YouTube description. You just go to the link under Altenew products in the supply list and they'll all pop up. Now these leaves that I'm putting on my cards, on my card today, I've already die cut 2 and stacked them together. So it's going to be hard to put much dimension with this on that because I've glued 2 together. So I'm not going to use the petal shapers on the leaves, but I can use them on the flowers in a moment. Okay, so let's see. I have die cut these green stems. I'm going to do the exact same design I have here. And let's put down this one first. And the nice thing is these leaves, this is really cool. These leaves have holes in the center. So what you can do is slide the stem into it. So the leaves look like they're coming out from all sides of the stem. And now I'll glue it like that. There are keyholes here, so I know what flowers to put there and at what angle, but honestly, I'll probably just do my own thing. Oops, hold on. So I'm gonna put glue on the back of this. Zoink, zoink, zoink. I can always go back and put more of the glue behind the leaves. I'm just gonna hold this here and place it down, kind of like at a curve, like that. Okay, I'm using Gina K Connect matte liquid adhesive, so if some of the glue oozes out, it's okay, it'll dry and nobody will ever see it. Okay, so there's those stems. Now I should have put some ink on the edge of those leaves, but I didn't. Now I've got this one, and I'll put it on one of my long stems. The die set, again, comes with a bunch of varieties, so you can do different bunches of buttercups. But this is the one I'm going with here. Put it like that, and it's going to go like that. I kind of like that these leaves slide onto the stem. It just makes it easier to orient. Okay, so this one, I think I'll move, oh, too far over. Let's move it in. Kind of looking at the pictures and the card I did before. Like that. Put it down like that. That's good. Let's put something heavy on that. Okay, now, remember there are more you can do, but that's all I'm going to add. So now I have my little flowers. I die cut these pieces off screen to save time. Let me get these pieces out. And I did a few tricks here. Now, first of all, this, you can see here all of these little die cuts. I have 2 pink die cuts, a gold die cut, and a vellum die cut. All of those have a T hole cut from the center, a little T. So I can go on here, and here's the T hole, and I put them together and I get this flower. So that's what I'm going to do here. Now, if you want to use the petal shapers, there's a few ways you can use them. Some people do like to mist their cardstock, but it's up to you. Now, you can create a cupped look or like a rounded out or in. It's up to you, okay? But what I think I'll do is flip these over, and on the back side, do a little circular motion. And I think I'll use this bigger end. This is the biggest. It's the second biggest end. And you just go in like a circular motion on the back of it. And it's kind of stretching and curling your leaves. Again, some people, I just kind of go in a circular motion. Some people like to miss the cardstock or spend more time on this. There's instructions on the end. Many different ways you can do this. I just do it quickly, and you can get a curve to your die cuts. You can do this on the back of leaves. You can do whatever. Now the thinner tip, this one, this tiny stylus, you can use to do like score lines or draw like veins going down a leaf, which I could have done to my leaves, but I already glued them together. Let's do, I like this one. So you're just doing a circular motion, kind of going along the back, and it just shapes your paper a little bit. And it looks cool when you have layering die cuts. All right, so now there's a T at the center. I will put glue around the first T hole and put the second one, and it just lines those holes up. So you can see how it's like, they're arched, okay? You could do so much. You could ink this if you want to. A lot of different things. I didn't spend a lot of time on the shapers, but just wanted to show you quickly what to do. Now is the center. Oh wait, no. Now is the vellum. And I got my little vellum die cut. I just used the die to cut from vellum. I thought a little vellum float layer would be nice. Then around that hole, liquid adhesive, and put our center. And then we have a solid. Oh, it didn't dry yet, sorry. Then we have the solid die cut that covers up the hole we created. Now let me give that a second to dry. And I'm going to tell you about this gold center. The gold center, can you see the gold shine on here? At the center of those flowers? It looks like a custom brushed unique cardstock. I cheated. Let me show you what I did. If I can find it. Here it is. I took Altenew Mayan Gold Shimmer Relief Paste. Remember we used smoky quartz here, we used pearl here. This is the Mayan Gold. And I took some with my palette knife and just smeared a thin layer on white cardstock and let it dry. Once it was dry, I die cut the flower centers from the die set from that paper. So you get that shimmery paper using the paste, and it uses very little paste, and it's a great way to add some shimmer. And the shimmer on there is the same kind of shimmer on the background. All right, just beautiful gold. And this guy is going to get glued up here. I want him to be up there. I could have put ink on this and spent a little more time with the rounding, but I didn't. There we go. So that guy goes there. Okay, and then I already made this guy. I already glued him together, and I didn't round him. So this one will look a little more flat, but there's a comparison for you. All right, so he goes, I want him actually to go in a little bit like that. And then I've got my yellow. This guy I haven't glued together, so I'll go ahead and round him. Somebody said I missed their question. I gotta tell you, it's hard to catch the questions, so I really apologize. But if you want to ask again, I'll try to catch it. It's just so impossible to catch them all. Size of the cardstock. Which cardstock? This background, it started at 8.5 by 5.5, and I scored at 2 1/8 and 4 1/4. But remember, you can always go back and watch the live again. So you can just kind of skip along to this part to find out, to remember the sizes. So the replays are always around, so you can always find them. That one I curled quite a bit. Look at that curling on that. When you curl, of course, when you put it in an envelope, it will get flattened some. But what I do to avoid that is you can put, I didn't do it on here, but you can put a little foam dot at the back center of the domed petal, and that'll keep it from getting completely flattened. You have to remember that the color of the dye will smooth out and soften over well. Let's take it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Lori, for helping there, because I missed whatever that was. Okay. So now let's put this guy together. This has a little arrow at the center. So I'll put my liquid adhesive on that and put my vellum. Zoink. Then liquid adhesive and put my flower center. This is moving because I'm using liquid adhesive on a vellum, which is not porous, so it takes some time. This blue case, I don't recommend it because rarely do I have a bunch of die cuts that are that small. I got it in a dollar spot at Target years ago or maybe months ago, and I don't like it. So I didn't share it in videos. But honestly, after Black Friday, all my little containers that I do like are everywhere. Yeah, I like the vellum at the center too. You could do glitter or something else. But let me put this on here. Then there's this last little petal. This is like a curled closed petal. Let me put on here, put something heavy on it, and then I will show you something else. I'll show you the sentiment in a moment too. So I should have done a little foam circle under there so it stays arched. What's wrong, Mike?
Nothing. Yes, I bought more pinball junk.
Oh, he's spending money over there is what he's doing. Okay. Now on here, same flowers, but look at this. I used 2 different shades of gold glitter cardstock from Altenew. And then I used some gold matte cardstock for the little center area, and then the leaves and stems. And then right at the center, I used that same relief paste spread on water, or on white cardstock. Losing it here. So completely different looks, although it's the same products, right? So try with layering flowers or layering elements, try mixing different metallic or specialty cardstocks together. Do those flowers exist in this world? No, but I will show you the sentiment I used on there. Okay. I know I have one more I want to do after this, if Mike can handle it. Sentiments. Okay. This is one of my favorite. This was on my crafty gift guide, I believe. Let's see. Which one is it? It's the, I don't know. Okay, I linked to all of them. On my Altenew supply list, which I will put into the chat. So this is the supply list and the link to the live video for this Altenew stuff, because this is left over from my live on Tuesday. It's the One Go Solid Sentiment Strips, and they have a few of these where there's a few different press plates with different sentiments, but they all work with the same cutting plate. And these are called the One Go Solid Sentiments. So this is to use with your Better Press system, which if you want to get it, the free gift, you could do that now at Spellbinders. Because remember, I have the Craft Stax free gift. So let me get this ready. So this is the One Go Sentiments press plate. You just put that onto your Better Press system. That's what this is. Yeah, it's back in stock. Good, good, good. And then any cardstock you want. I'm going to use white here. And I'll put a little bit of tape on the back. I'm running out of room here. Right on the back here. Then I will put ink onto my press plate. I'm using Altenew Black Obsidian ink. I just love this ink for everything. It's super dark black. I can see mine needs re-inking. This one I do re-ink because I like it so much. You can see it's very well loved. I've re-inked it just a couple times. So I just kind of tap that all over. You can use any inks on the Better Press, I found, really. I found they all work. Then you take your cardstock, pop it on top, and run it through. So this will press those sentiments into your cardstock. Might be time for a sip of wine. Oh my gosh, I love every stinking time. Look at this. How crisp that is. You would never get that from a stamp set, especially with one pass through. Isn't that amazing? Love it. That is, the Obsidian ink is a pigment ink, okay? But it's a fast drying pigment ink. I usually don't heat set it because it dries fast enough, but for this much ink, I will probably heat set this so that I don't have to worry about spreading it. And by the way, I use these so much, I keep them on a magnet inside of my cabinet door. Okay, now that we've done the better press, let's cut them out. So this was their first One Go Solid Sentiment Strip set. It's a mix of occasions. They've come out with additional ones, and the die works with all of them. And you just line the die up. You just look through the holes and make sure they're all lined up. It's easy to do. I'm a worrywart, so I put some tape down even though I'm working on a magnetic mat here. Yes, Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated inks, Gina K inks, PINKFRESH inks, Altenew inks, they all, Hero Arts inks, they all work great on press plates, believe it or not. I think if you're gonna want to invest in one new tool, I would say the Better Press. Look at this. All of them are cut out perfectly. So many good ones here. So I'm going to put this in my cabinet door so I don't lose it. Look at me putting some things away. How many hours are we on now? 4?
4, yeah.
That was the One Go Solid Sentiment Strips. It is on here. I will put a link to it in the chat right now. But it's on that supply list. I will put the supply list and the link to the live where I started all of these projects from Altenew in the chat there. So I have all these now ready to go. On one I used Thinking of You. This went crooked. On one I used Sending Big Hugs. Hello, my friend. Happy birthday. You've got this. Love you so much. I kind of like that. And it'll go right there. Oh, Altenew has 25 to 35% off inks right now. That's good to know. I should probably have looked at all that before I started the live. Now, I wanted this to have a mat because I feel like it gets lost on the, I want a white mat around it. Maybe not. I don't know which I like, but I'll do the white mat so you can see how I do it. I just want to trim the ends. They're a little long for me. Trim off this. See, that's like the perfectionist in me. All right, I have a piece of white cardstock here. It's just a scrap. Put glue on the back, and I put it right into the corner of that cardstock. I want, see, I told you I should have heat set it. It's getting on my fingers, but that's okay. So see how there's a little bit of white trim at the top and on the left. Now I'll put it into my trimmer, and I can see where it's going to cut. And I'll cut along the bottom so it has the same amount of trim. And on the side, on the side, so it has the same amount of trim. So now it's got a little white mat on it. And I can glue it right there. Let's put some foam tape behind that. Put only on the, not along all the way to the end. I don't want to close my card shut. Okay, these are Gina K shaker strips. I really like them, and they're great. Put it right there. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Hydration backpack. And if you aren't steady to do that, there are a lot of companies have sentiment strip dies, and some of them are a little bigger than others, so you could mat 2 together. If you are looking for more information on a Better Press, go to my YouTube channel and search on Better Press. I also have a Better Press playlist, and I show all the ways you can use a Better Press, including how to use press plates without a Better Press. Okay, so there's just versatility. with the press plates. I think it's going to be one of the most popular products of the new year, and it was last year, and more companies are going to be designing press plates, which is a good thing. We don't want to have just one use or just have a few uses, right? I did it by eye. I just did it by eye. I just looked and I could see where my blade cuts with that trimmer. All right, so there's those. Yeah. But you can see how this one is shaped and this one's flat. So, but that, I will be honest, these die cuts are a little small and not the best example of using those petal shapers, but it was a good idea that somebody had and I wanted to show them to you. Okay. I agree with Gail, the Better Press is revolutionary. It reminds me of like the Misty, you know? Oops. Let me try that again. I put some of my most used press plates on a magnetic mat inside of my cabinet door. Okay, let me get this all out. This is the Stitched with Love bundle that I talked about earlier. This has a lot of variety in it, a lot. Let me find all the products that are in it though. There's a lot. Here we go. Okay. Stitch with Love. This is a bundle. All these products are only available in the bundle, but the cool thing about it, and what I really appreciate Altenew's been doing lately, is there are a variety of styles in the bundle so you can get a variety of looks. But they do all work together, but can be used separately for different looks. Let me just show you. This is the Stitched with Love bundle from Altenew. And I will put, oh, Diane, thank you. I appreciate that. I put a link to the supply list that has this in the chat. This is the Stitch with Love stamp set that comes in the bundle. It has these textures that you can stamp that kind of goes along with this sewing theme, but you could also use it on other things. You could stamp this on like your floral die cuts to give a little textured look. A lot of things that you can do with that. There are the faux stitch stamps. I really like the sentiment, so happy for you and you're so amazing, because those will work with all the stitched backgrounds that I do also. There's You're Cute as a Button, which would work on here, handmade, and then these I used on some of my other cards. So that stamp set's in there. Let me just show you this. I'll come back to this. This die set is also in there. In the die set, you have flowers, you have faux stitching that you can add to your cards, 3 different types, some pins, needle, thread, some big scissors, you can see they're really big, some floss, and buttons. And these buttons, the button dies do line up with this. So if you stencil the background, which I'm going to show you in a moment, you can use the dies to cut them out or vice versa, okay? So this die set will create these little floss and all the things you see here. I think the scissors would be fun to make out of silver cardstock and such. Now, you can see here, oh, I'm still not there yet. Hang on. There's also an embossing folder in this kit. Oh, thank you, Donna. Okay, this embossing folder creates these textured, it looks like it's embroidered, right? So you could use this on cardstock as is, which I did here. And look at that beautiful background you get. But what they also have is, remember, there are these flower dies. See all these flower dies and leaves? It's a big mama die. You can take these die cuts, put them in the embossing folder, it lines up, and run it through. Let me turn it so it's lined up. Here we go. So you just put them in there, run it through, and you end up with die cuts that have that texture. This was flat gold metallic cardstock. I put it into the embossing folder, and that's the texture you get. Isn't that cool? So you can get that texture on all of the pieces. Like here I did it on some of the leaves. Anita, I'm not sure. Maybe refresh. Okay, so see all that texture on it? So what you can do is die cut all of these flowers, put them in the embossing folder, run it through your die cut machine, and you'll get that texture to them. And then you have this, like, it looks like you did embroidery instead of just flat die cuts, okay? You even can do the little flower centers in there. Really cool. I don't have a card planned with that. If I have energy afterwards, maybe I could do one, but I'm not certain. I can hear people upstairs. Who's upstairs? Okay, there's the serene lattice. Okay, then in this bundle is also the Stitch with Love stencil set. There are 4 stencils here that allow you to do a button background. Okay, and the last stencil, which is the string in the centers of the buttons, I did that with the pearl relief paste, so it has that texture. Okay, you could also poke holes in there and do real stitching. That would be fun. I should have done that. But I love this background. Isn't that fun? Now you could do the as cute as a button sentiment, but I was just going to do You're So Amazing across the top. Also, if you caught my live on Tuesday, see how there are really soft gray X's in the background? Just to kind of fill in some of the white spaces. All I did was take this last stencil that's in this set too, that does these a fun background of stitches, and I just inked over 1 X. I masked around it, so there was 1 X, and I just inked over X's randomly in the background just to fill in the space. And all I have to do is glue that on, and isn't that cute? Remember also that in the die set, there are the button dies that line up with that if you want to cut and pop some out. All right. So all of this comes in here in this one bundle. All of these stencils, all of it. I had started, oh, let's see if I can find it. Here it is. I had started doing some masking here. I'm going to do a little bit of this, and while I do it, I could probably multitask and do a few questions. I got little die cuts on here. Okay, so piece of white cardstock. You can see I've started inking on it. I took this stencil. I got to line it up with what I did before. It's Mom, okay. I took the stencil and I laid it at an angle, and I thought I'd do stripes at an angle and put my sentiment right here. So I've done oranges and yellows. I'm going to line it back up because I didn't finish this in my live. Line it back up. Whoa, I'm doing it backwards. Here we go. Maybe I'm trying to get it lined up with what I had before. There we go. No. Well, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, actually. I'm going to line it up. Good enough. And I will start masking and doing each one in a different color. These are the Altenew centering alignment guides, I think they're called, for the stamp wheel, but I like to use them to mask off when I'm stenciling. So I put one above and below my next line. So I did orange here. I'm masking off everything, so I have the next row down, which is some X's. And I did orange on the last, so let's do like a coral on this one. You could also use scrap paper for the masks, but I like these because they stick really well to my grip mat. So I'm working on my Altenew grip mat, which holds the stencils in place. So this faux stitch stencil is not going to be moving. It is happy there. It's stuck onto the grip mat. Stitch with Love bundle. Mike, can you put the link for it in the chat, maybe? So I masked off just one line here, and I'm just going to go over that with, I'm going kind of light on the colors, so I just did a light amount of coral red. doing a little bit of a rainbow kind of thing here. Wipe off the excess ink. Then I can take and go to the next line. Move my mask down. You could use tape as mask here. So I just have one line of the next line of faux stitching exposed. And over this one, I will do pink. We'll do puffy heart pink. And you could do, this stencil would be fun with just texture paste, the shimmer relief paste over it. Because remember, here's some of the examples before. This is from the bundle. See it? This stencil just used tone on tone there. There's those floss. Look at this. This is a mix of those embroidered textured flowers and the buttons. Isn't that cute? Here they masked and just did some of the lines of the stencil too. Altenew is really good about including stuff in the packaging, ideas in the packaging. What's going on here?
Foxy.
Oh, Foxy. Okay, so let's see. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go all, cover the entire panel or just, I'm going to do a little bit more and we'll decide. So while I do this, let's do some questions. Mike, are there any questions I can answer? Mask off a line. I'm right at the bottom here, so I don't have to mask much. Oops. A little purple down there. Misty or Tim Holtz Tonic Studio Tool. I don't know if the Tim Holtz tool is available in the US anymore. I don't know, but they both work great. I'm a Misty girl because that's the first thing I ever had was the Misty. Okay, I'm just going to move this up a little bit. I didn't need to move it, but I'm leaving a gap here for my sentiment. But now I've got the yellow there above it. I'm going to do the next line, which is that funky looking one. So let's put our mask down. This mask is not long enough. Here we go. Put that mask down. Put a mask. I'm going to go with bigger. Bigger. I need bigger. I'll use the edge of my packaging. There we go. So I'm just masking another open line. And this one would be like a, let's go with like a lime. Now you could simplify this and do less colors, but I love a good rainbow. All right. Lime. Let's see, another question. Does your back hurt when you stand crafting? No, I don't. I stand a lot. It's good for you. So no, it doesn't bother me. But I also have like one of those comfort mats. I don't know if it does a darn thing, but you know, for that you can stand on for a long period of time under where I work, but I don't know. But I switching to standing was the best thing I ever did. All right, so there's green. Now I'll move up another row. And on this one, I'll do a teal. Oh, thank you. Please tell Jennifer how cute button background frames her.
Probably R. I don't know.
Please tell Jennifer how cute button background frames here. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe I'm tired and I can't figure things out, which is probably the case. One of my favorite colors, Volcano Lake, is next. All right, give me another one. Oh, do the bands work with the craft stacks?
How do they work?
How do they work? Okay, I don't know where mine are. They're in my felt stuff in the other room. They're bands that you can wrap around it and they for sure won't come apart. So if you like to craft on the go, you can have some of those bands. All right, so that was pool. So that was like a Volcano Lake. Let's do a blue. I will show you what I got going on here in a moment. But do you see how I'm just masking off parts of a stencil? So think about all the stencils you have and how you can mask parts off to do maybe just part of the stencil or to do multiple colors. So if you have a stripe stencil, you could, mask off each stripe and do each stripe a different color. If you have a dot stencil, you can make each dot a different color by creating your own mask like this. So like when I was doing these, say I just wanted this over the stencil, I had this one right here, and say I just wanted that one pink, I'd put this, I just die cut a hole and I put it around, and that way I could mask all of them around it. But there are just so many different ways you can mask to get a variety of colors. A lot of it takes a little bit of extra time, but if you're like me and this is your jam, go for it. Okay, I'm gonna stop there and see how I like it. There we go. I think I need some purple up there. Not done. All right. Where did I go here? Wink. Let's do some purple. More questions?
Here, the circle in the upper left corner of the screen where Jennifer... Oh, that's... Okay.
This?
No. Oh. I think it's on the YouTube.
Oh.
It shows up in the YouTube. It's like your profile picture.
What about it?
I don't know. I think that's what they're talking about.
Am I looking bad? Is that the problem? It could very well happen. Oh. Oh, YouTube puts my picture on there? Oh, on the bottom left? The circle in the upper left of the screen where Jennifer looks framed by the... Mike puts that up there. I don't know. The circle at the top with my picture? Yeah, Mike adds that as part of the live software.
Yeah. No, okay, I got it.
I could get rid of it. If you guys don't want to look at me. That would work for me too. Okay, so there I did the Alpine Aster. That's beautiful. They actually have cardstock in that color too. It's just gorgeous. And then the final one, Lavender Fields. I used it already. I don't want to do hydrangea. I want to use what I used already. Can you please, oh. Any more questions that I need to catch? I try to answer as many as I can, guys. I'm just not good at it. I'm thinking about doing something where I have a limited number of people and you can come like ask questions in it, and it's just Q&A so that when you have specific questions, they can get answered. That's something else I'm working on. Lavender Fields, last one. I could continue it to the top, but I think I might stop here. I did a full rainbow. Oh, I think this is going to be cute. I just love this kind of stuff. Oh, it's so sweet and simple. Now, where did my... And you just put that right there. Oh. I know what else I can do. I'm going to step this up. Go figure, huh? Give me a second to clean some things up. Well, okay, I'm not going to do it right now because it will take too long to dry. But what I could do is take the stencil, line it back up, and put like a clear paste over all the ones I did colored. So I would lay the stencil down lined up, mask off above the purple, and I guess all the way to, and mask off here, do clear paste over it, and then anywhere there's color, it would be raised. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm not going to do it now because that will just be overwhelming and take a long time to dry. But there you go. Simple and sweet, isn't it? I love that. So the You're So Amazing would work with this too. So there you go. That's from the Stitched with Love. And I think those are the things I had planned for this live. I'm going to put all of these back in. You could also do like a texture over that, like do the burlap press plate over it, and that would give the whole cardstock like a textured feel, like a fabric feel. All right, let me make sure all this gets back in here because I don't want to lose any of these pieces. Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Ish, right, Betsy? Ish. Okay. So these, again, the things I showed here at the end were from a live on Tuesday where I just didn't get time to finish them. It was the Altenew live. I'm just looking at some of the questions. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to clean up a little bit here and answer questions at the same time. So if you have a question that I missed, try asking it again with the word question ahead of it, and we'll try to catch it. Why do I have yellow tape on my Letterpress? Good question. See, I use my Stax for everything. Look at my craft stacks everywhere. Let me get my Letterpress out and I'll show you. Oof, oof, oof. Here we go. See that tape on there? You don't have to do this. Okay, hi Miriam. This is clear packaging, thin clear packaging, like the thin stuff your stencils come in or your stamps. I cut a piece and I taped it on to the top here because it's easier to wipe clean that acetate piece than it is to clean the gray magnetic mat on the surface. So it's just protective there. I think some people also have done press and seal, but this is easier to clean for me than the gray mat. And the ink just wipes off easily. So you can see I just have it on there. And every once in a while when the tape gets messed up, I just replace it. Yeah, that's, Marby, that's what I'm thinking about doing. Shannon asked, how do I store my grip mats? A lot of people put theirs into like a zipper pouch. I don't do that because I don't really put them away because I use them every time I craft. So it would be ridiculous for me to do that. So what I do instead is I keep them laying in. I have a drawer right next to where I work, and it has all my brushes blending brushes in it. I just lay the grip mat on top. I've also been known to lay it. I have a chair over on the side here. Lay it over the back of my chair so that it's right there when I need it because I use them so much.
Is there an easy way to differentiate cover plate and press plate?
Okay.
I guess a cover plate die.
The difference between a cover plate and a press plate. A cover plate is a die. It's generally a background die. Sometimes it cuts a pattern. Sometimes it just does like little cut lines that look like faux stitching or something, but it's a die. You use it like you do a die. A press plate allows you to do like a faux letterpress look, and you either want to use a better press system, which I demonstrated before, which I love because you get crisp, foolproof results. But you can also use press plates to glimmer, to foil with the glimmer machine. And you can also use press plates to make an impression with an embossing mat in any die cut machine. And I have done many videos showing those 3 ways to use a press plate, and there are actually more too. If you go to my YouTube channel and look at my playlist, there's actually 2. I actually made one that says better press as 2 words and one as 1 word. But you'll see playlists with lots of videos.
Typically, press plates have a different metal.
Yes. Press plates look a little different. I'll show you here. Let me get some here. I'll get a... It's got a finish on it that... okay, so can you... I don't know if you can tell the difference. This is a press plate. It feels different. It's got like a velvety feel to it. This is a die. The die is shiny. This is like this velvety look. Die. This could be called a cover plate. Press plate.
How do you clean the press plates?
I just clean the press plates with water. Will Christina and I have another OCC class? Absolutely. We actually need to talk. But we know what we want to do. We also would like to start doing them with companies. So lately, the way we've done OCC and what's worked really, really well is that Christina designs some products and all the teachers use those products in the OCC class. However, we teach techniques that could be done with other products you have. So you don't have to get the products to take the class, and the class is very affordable. And we've done that for 3 classes now. And for all 3 of them, Christina's designed the product because it's just easy, because we do the classes, we do the product, but we want to get some other companies designing products. So we're going to work with Gina K eventually, but we do plan to have more, just not in the next couple months. All right. Oh, difference between a cover plate and a piercing plate. A cover plate, they kind of have the same gist. Let me show you some. Do I have my PINKFRESH in here? Let me get 2 examples to show you, okay? A piercing plate. I gotta find one. I don't know where those went. Oh, here. Okay. No, that's not a good one. I'm trying to find an example of a piercing plate that's just piercing, nothing else. Oh, I know. No. Yeah, I'll just show that one as it. Hold on, I'm getting one. Here we go. Good examples. So, this would be a, oh, my iPad's dying. Okay, so this would be a piercing plate, or what I would call a piercing plate. See how nothing cuts out? The outside edge doesn't cut out. It just does pierced, like little stitches, looks like stitches, in the heart shape. Okay, so I would call this a cover plate or a piercing plate. This would be a die, because it actually cuts all of those patterns. But piercing plate and cover plate can be used interchangeably, and a die, background die, and a cover plate can be used interchangeably. It's just the way it goes. To find out about online card classes, you go to onlinecardclasses.com. People have really liked having the option of using it. And the other thing you can do is you can sign up for the class, watch the videos, and decide if you want to buy the same products or use what you have. So OCC is Online Card Classes. It's the business I do with Christina Werner. We've been doing it for like 15, 13, 14 years. By the way, I used earlier the Petite tufted embossing folder from Spellbinders. This was the original. Remember, I used to use this one a lot. Now they have it in the Petite pattern, which I love because it's a good scale for cards, and that's what I used on the background here. Look at the tufted look in the background. Looks like pillows, doesn't it? Okay. Somebody asked for my hydrangea card. I gotta find it. This is how it goes. Here it is. Okay. I did some texture on these petals here. See the petals? I love that texture. You could use the burlap press plate, but I used something else that's new. This is from Altenew. It is a textured block 3D embossing folder, and it has 4 different textures to it. And what I did is I die cut the petals, put them into the folder in this little area here, ran it through, and it gave that texture. So this is just a great plate for adding texture, or you could use it as a background. See how you could, and there's 4 different textures, but this is the texture I put on those petals. Come on, focus. So there's some different textures that you could do there. Okay? That's what I use there. Tammy. Hi, Tammy. Tammy likes to die cut like I do. This is how far the Tim Holtz trimmer opens up for me. It's like 45.
Yes. Did you answer that one about how far?
Yeah. I'm just looking. What paper works best for these embossing folders? Any. Really, any. Good quality cardstock will always perform better with embossing folders, stamping, die cutting, card bases, everything. But as far as like, does one good quality cardstock work better than one other good quality cardstock in an embossing folder? Not really. If you really want to make sure you get a good deep impression, one of the things you can do is mist the cardstock with water first and then do the embossing folder, but I'm generally too lazy. How do you make the pasta dies without the faces? Some of those dies that I used today that had faces, some of the brunch dies, some of the pill dies, some of the pasta you can make without the face. Some of them you can't. So you just got to go look at the die set on the Spellbinders site to figure out. But on one of the cards that Yana did, she just kind of covered it up with little embellishments or like the spaghetti going over it, and you would never know. I don't know how to get the replacement guide. I don't know. Someone asked. Yeah, I did that. How far back can we, Lori asked, how far back can you go to access your old online card classes? Because we've been doing them for over 10 years. You can go back to day one. Day one. You can go back and watch any of them. Now, if you watch a class from 12 years ago, chances are those products are not available anymore, but the techniques are. Tim Holtz did a class. He did a creative chemistry class, 2 of them, with online card classes, where he goes through all the basics of distress and different products and shows you how to use them. What do I do with all the cards I make? Well, I'll be honest. I try my best to send them out to people who send me cards or people in my Facebook group. If you're in my Share Handmade Kindness Facebook group, there is a place where you can fill out a little document and put in your address. And whenever I have time to send some cards, I randomly send them out to people. Can't send them to everybody, but I send them out randomly. And anytime you win in one of my lives, a card will go in that too. But I rarely give cards to family, ever. They usually go out to people who watch my videos, crafty friends. Do you always have an idea in your head, or do the products inspire you? Products. I go by the products. It's all about the products inspiring me, by far, by far. I don't design products, but I have a lot of wonderful creative friends in the industry who do, and it makes me so proud and honored and excited to use them. So it's always about the products. But I rarely just make a card using cute stuff. I try to put an element in it that is unique and can be used with other products. So sometimes I'll come on and say, hey, you need this particular die set to do this technique, but most of the time I don't. Like this slider here, yes, I use the dumpster fire die set, but you could do 2 little bunnies holding hands going back and forth. So you could use something else you have. My address, mailing address is on the bottom of my website. If you scroll to the bottom. Do you know it? Oh yeah, I answered that one. Okay. Embossing folders with acetate. Here's the thing. Some embossing folders like acetate, some don't. It's just the way it is. So you got to just try it out. A lot of times, if you do it, it'll curl your acetate. So just put something heavy on it overnight and it'll flatten it. Okay. Is that it? Go eat dinner and spend some time with well, they're all back. Ken and Lila were out. My mom just showed up.
Giveaway. Oh,
giveaway. I have to do big giveaway. I've got a good giveaway. Let me find it.
Spellbinders does not do gift cards.
Yes, we can't do gift card because Spellbinders doesn't have gift card. For your chance to win, you need to leave a comment in the chat. If you have been doing that, you're good to go. You don't need to leave another one. Let me show you what I got. I'm so excited about this one. I have, oops, hold on. I have the whole pasta collection from Spellbinders. So you get the Ingredients Buddies, the Pasta Friends, the Pasta Embossing Folder, and the Stay Saucy stamp set, which you all know I'm loving. And you saw I've prepped a lot, so I'll be making lots of cards. So for your chance, just leave a comment in the chat. In a few minutes, Mike will pick some winners. As a reminder, at the beginning of this live, I did Spellbinders. So you can see there are a bunch of Spellbinders cards here. Those cards, all those supplies are linked in the YouTube description below. You can see all those supplies there. And also in the YouTube description below is information on how to get a free set of craft stacks, the organizers I use, with a $100 purchase, and also free shipping with a $100 purchase. There's also a BOGO sale, buy one, get one half off, at Spellbinders right now. It ends tonight. That's in the YouTube description also. Now, the other things I use, like the Altenew products, those are at the top of the YouTube description. You'll see the words Altenew products. If you click the link under, it'll pull up a supply list that has all of these, and it'll also show you a link to the live where I did a lot of the stuff you see here. It was my live that was on Tuesday. So this video was a mix. It was a bunch of Spellbinders followed by finishing up some Altenew things that I didn't get to finish on Tuesday. Does that make sense? Okay. So I move all these out of the way. And yes, I will take pictures of all these cards and change the thumbnail of my lives and do posts with the supply list and photos of the cards. It takes me a lot of time. I'm hoping to catch up on some of those this week. I did go back and do some a while ago, but I need to catch up because I did so many lives this week. And to be honest, once I'm done going live, it's dinner time and I am, ask Mike, I eat and I'm like, I'm going to my bed. And I just veg, watching the most mindless TV and stitching rainbows. Occasionally I'll call a friend and bug them. Okay, where did my giveaway? So the giveaway again. The giveaway, Mike, you got a winner?
Yep, I got a winner.
The giveaway is for the dies, pasta dies, and embossing folder and stamp set. And the winner is, and you get a card.
Julie Francis.
Julie Francis.
I will pin
Julie.
the message if I. Yes, I'll try to pin it. Well, let me. I think I missed my own message.
Julie Francis, is that right?
Yes, Julie Francis.
Julie Francis.
Okay, it's pinned now.
Julie Francis, your info is pinned at the top, and just so you know, are your name. Go to my website, and under the Contact Us, you'll want to send us your address, and we'll get this sent out to you. Mike is all caught up on giveaways until this week, right?
Yep.
Because we did giveaways this week, so we'll get those out next week. So there you go. I got to give that to Mike so we don't forget. By the way, I'm wearing a pajama top. Oh, well. I put earrings on. Does that count? All right. I think that's it. I did almost 5 hours. That's not bad.
Someone had a neat idea. I should do a training on how to do lives for beginners.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot.
Actually started.
Somebody needs to do a pinball die set for Mike. Wonder which company would do that.
Talk Greg into that, I think.
Probably Concord and Ninth or Spellbinders. One of those two.
Okay.
Or Hero Arts.
If anybody does, then I will make a card.
Mike, if somebody does a pinball set, Mike will make a card. Thank you all for joining me today. This was fun. It was a good way to avoid doing anything productive and also to just add an escape to the world. I think, I don't know. I shouldn't get into that. But sorry that I did a bunch of different companies and different things together, but I just wanted to share a lot, and I knew I wouldn't be able to do multiple this week. So thank you so much. I'm not sure when I'm going live again. Sometime this week, maybe Tuesday or Friday. Probably Friday. I'm thinking Friday would be better. I thank you for spending this time with me. Big thanks to Mike, and I will, Scrappy Cat, well said. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you again very soon. Bye-bye.